Good morning. My name is Councillor Anna Balau. I am the chair of the Planning and Housing Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 19 to order and welcome everybody, members of the committee, visiting councillors, and members of the public. Today's meeting is being held by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public will continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Planning and Housing Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will also be available to assist members with their devices. I would like to remind staff to keep their mics muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. Members, please keep your mic muted unless you wish to question staff or speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their mic if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it's their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure they turn on their video and to raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at phc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of council attending the meeting today, and I see a few, I encourage you to turn on your video so that I know that you are present and can give you the opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk's staff to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Haudenosaunee, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, okay. Next, we need a motion to confirm the minutes of our last meeting on November 17, 2020, moved by Councillor Bradford. All those in favor? That carries. So let's proceed with the agenda review. First item is PH 19.1, Keele Finch plus study final report. We have a staff presentation and speakers on this item, so I'll hold this item down. PH 19.2, development in proximity to rail draft, official plan amendment, and proposed zoning amendment approach. There is a staff report with recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item?
I'll hold it. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher is holding item 2. PH 19.3, new user fee for employment area conversion requests. There's a staff report with recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item, or can we approve it? No? Councillor Perks moves the report. All those in favor? That carries. Item number 4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites review. We have speakers registered on this item, so I'll hold it down. Item PH 19.5, aligning Toronto Community Housing Corporation's electrical preventive maintenance program with CSA Z463, maintenance of electrical systems. There's a report of recommendations. Would anybody like to hold the item down? No? Councillor Christian Wong-Tam would like to move the item. All those in favor?
Yes,
that carries. Item 19.6, rent safe TO, apartment building standards, color code rating system, bylaw amendments, and program updates. We have a staff presentations and speakers registered on the item, so I'll hold the item down. 19.7, creating affordable rental homes at the West Don Lands update. There's a report with recommendations. Would anyone like to hold this item? Seeing none, Councillor Wong-Tam, would you like to move it?
Yes, I would. And just to note that these are the sites that were
primarily upzoned through the province and the MZO. We were all heading in the same direction. There was no need for the MZO, and this report simply shows it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor? Staff recommendation? And that carries. Item 8, 2021 work plan on the preservation of affordable rental housing. We have speakers registered on this item, so I'll hold it down. 19.9, tenant support grant program updates. We have speakers on this item, so I'll also hold it down. I understand that there's new business item. So there's 2 items. One actually Councillor Perks sent, and it's an item signed by all members of the committee, so I don't think...
Well, that's the wrong one.
Yeah, sorry. Councillor Fillion's, that's fine, Nancy. We can move that one first. Sorry. Councillor Perks is moving on behalf of Councillor Fillion, an agenda item. Councillor Perks, would you please introduce the item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an item submitted by Councillor Fillion on the issue of student housing. If you scroll a little further, you'll see that it requests some work be done by staff on this important issue.
Thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of adding the item to the agenda? That carries. Anybody would like to hold the item down? Can we vote on the item right now?
I move approval.
Okay, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, Councillor. There is another item? There you go. This is emergency housing action. Councillor Perks, you want to introduce this item on behalf of everybody that signed the letter?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Over the past few weeks, the issue of homelessness in the City of Toronto has become more and more front of mind for many of us. What this proposes to do is request staff to look through all legal, programmatic, and regulatory mechanisms available to the City of Toronto, the Province of Ontario, and the federal government, and report directly to the upcoming council meeting with recommendations on how we can provide housing on an urgent basis. That's within weeks, months, not within a year or 2.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. All those in favor of introducing this item? That carries. All those in favor of the item? And that carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to all members of the committee. So that concludes the agenda run through. So at this time, let's return to item 19.1, implementation of the Community Housing Partnership Renewal Program Authority to enter into municipal housing facility agreements. We have, oh, sorry. Never mind. Go back to item 1, which is Keele and Finch plus study final report, and we have a staff presentation. So if staff want to do their presentation, and then we'll go to speakers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. It's Greg Lintern. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to introduce our staff team on Keele Finch Plus. Cassidy Ritz and Matt Armstrong are here to present and help you with any questions you might have following the deputations. This is one of our growth areas in the city where we're aligning new complete communities with the transit that has been built north to Vaughan, of course, and intersecting with the new LRT that is now under construction. So I'll hand it over to Cassidy to take you through it.
Thank you, Greg, and Madam Chair and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. I'm just wondering if there is anything that I need to do in order to advance the slides, or if I just tell you when to advance the slides.
Just advise when to advance.
Okay. Perfect, thank you. You can go to the next slide. So the Keele Finch area is located northwest Toronto, and it generally consists of residential areas on the west side of Keele and employment lands on the east side of Keele. The employment lands are included in a provincially significant employment zone. There are new transit lines and stations along Finch Avenue, as well as the extension of Line 1 that opened a few years ago, which has provided the impetus for us to undertake the study and to develop the 2 official plan amendments currently before Planning and Housing Committee. The area also has a number of natural and open space features, Black Creek Valley and the Hydro Corridor, and it's located just to the south of York University. It's currently located under the flight path of the Downsview Airport, and it also has important heavy industrial operations. These were some of the key considerations in developing the framework for the area. Next slide. The study began in 2016 and was undertaken in phases with reports to council and committees at key stages along the way. The study included and benefited from extensive community consultation with numerous in-person meetings and opportunities for people to engage on the study through various different formats. Next. 2 official plan amendments are before Planning and Housing Committee today. The first official plan amendment is a protected major transit station area, OPA. And then the second official plan amendment is to introduce a new secondary plan for this area. And then there are some additional associated amendments to the city's official plan for the secondary plan OPA. The PMTSA OPA, and I should mention it's Protected Major Transit Station Area under Section 16 of the Planning Act, has to address 4 matters in the Planning Act in order to satisfy the requirements for PMTSA. So it has to delineate the transit station area. There has to be minimum population and employment density targets, so minimum people and jobs per hectare. It has to authorize the uses of land, and then it also has to provide minimum densities for all lands within the transit station area boundary. Next slide. So OPA 482, which is the PMTSA OPA, proposes 2 PMTSAs, and these PMTSAs are being done through site and area specific policies in the City of Toronto's official plan. The delineations were informed by a watershed analysis and generally represent a 10-minute walk. The areas have been planned to meet or exceed the growth plan's minimum population and employment targets. The province was provided with a draft of the PMTSA in accordance with the Planning Act, and they reviewed it, provided feedback, and we revised the OPA based on the comments that we received. Next. The PMTSA OPA proposes to redesignate some apartment neighborhood and neighborhood designated lands west of Keele Street, and it retains the employment areas to the east. The redesignations support the land use vision for the area and making Keele Finch more of a place and a destination within the city. And it also aligns and meshes with more detailed land use direction that's contained within the secondary plan, building on the land use designations in the parent official plan. Next. The PMTSA OPAs include minimum densities for each of the transit station areas. The minimum densities reflect a reasonable amount of development and support achieving a compact urban form. The Keele Finch area is an emerging market, and so we didn't want to be too aggressive on the minimum density, so we think that we've hit the right level on the minimum densities. And it also addresses density on a gross development block basis for the lands that we anticipate will intensify more comprehensively, and then it addresses separate minimum densities for lands where it's probably going to be more incremental intensification, and particularly in the neighborhoods. Next. The secondary plan is a comprehensive planning framework for the area, and a lot of the aspects associated with the secondary plan are things that are going to be realized and achieved as development actually starts happening in the area. So we'll be securing new streets and securing new parks and improvements to streetscapes as sites come in and redevelop. There could be some larger capital moves that happen over the course of the 20 to 25-year horizon of the plan. It includes policy directions related to objectives for the area. It outlines an area structure. It provides more detailed land use direction, as I mentioned, and it also includes policies related to land use compatibility because of the heavy industry in the area. There's policy directions for public realm, for mobility that ranges from transit to goods movement and active transportation. And then there's a series of policies that deal with built form and development criteria and policies related to building heights. The secondary plan also deals with housing and community service facilities, and then there's some policy directions on implementation. Next slide. I mentioned at the beginning that currently the Keele Finch area is located underneath the flight path of the Downsview Airport. As the study advanced, Bombardier announced that they had sold those lands, and we anticipate that the Downsview Airport lands will redevelop over the coming years. And as a result of that, we've included building heights for a scenario where the airport still exists, because we don't know precisely when it might cease to operate. And then it also includes building heights when there is no longer an airport that is impeding the height of buildings in the area. And these heights are concentrated around two nodes, the Keele Finch node as well as the Sentinel node, and they allow for good opportunity for intensification in the area associated with transit. Next. And this just shows the height limits that are currently included for the Sentinel node. The previous slide showed for the Keele Finch node. Next. One of the important aspects of the PMTSA OPA is that it will enable inclusionary zoning. Currently, right now, because it is, the Keele Finch area is an emerging market, it's not being included in the moderate and strong market as part of the IZ, but it gives us that ability. It enables us to do inclusionary zoning as the market changes in the Keele Finch area. And there are also a number of additional policy directions in the secondary plan intended to encourage and to promote affordable housing in the area, like maximizing opportunities on public available land and ensuring a broad mix of different types of housing, rental tenures, and unit sizes. Next. There's a number of recommendations included in the report that we're hoping will be adopted today. So obviously adopt the Protected Major Transit Station Areas OPA. The Protected Major Transit Station Areas OPA needs to be approved by the province under Section 17 of the Planning Act. So we're also seeking authorization to advance that OPA to the province for their approval. We're asking for the Keele Finch secondary plan amendment to likewise be adopted, but in this particular instance, we're going to suggest withholding the bills until such a time as the province has approved the PMTSA OPA. And this is just in the event that there are modifications that are made to the OPA, we can then adjust accordingly in the secondary plan before bills are enacted. Because of the heavy industry, we are also recommending that City Council classify the mixed-use designated lands east of Keele Street as Class 4 areas under the MECP, the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks publication, MPC 300. The study that we did benefited from a noise, air quality, and safety assessment undertaken by a qualified consultant, and they've recommended that this area is suitable for Class 4 from a noise perspective. And then lastly, we're also recommending to City Council that we review the zoning in the area once the secondary plan and the PMTSA official plan amendments are in full force and effect. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cassidy. Before we move to speakers, I'd like just to place a motion that speakers who have not pre-registered be allowed to speak and register until 10:30 this morning, after which no further registration is allowed on the speakers list. So If I could get the committee support for that. All those in favor? Thank you. So this would be reflected on our website as well. Okay, so let's proceed with speakers on this item. First, we have Jean Roy. Jean, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. The members of our association, which are Shell Canada, Imperial Oil, also known as ESSO, and Suncor Energy, which is also known as Petro-Canada, they operate the three fuel storage and distribution terminals, which are located in the northeast quadrant of the Keele Finch employment area. As shown on the map that we provided with a letter, and that's within a sort of a white dotted line, which we've provided you under the 19.1.8 reference. The map also contains near the bottom left an illustration showing in red the proposed mixed-use area A, which would allow for sensitive land uses such as residential to be on the east side of Keele Street. As you can see, this mixed-use area A is actually located at only approximately 150 meters from the fuel terminals, which is a concern. This very unique world-class energy infrastructures of the three combined fuel terminals, which are supplied by pipeline directly from out-of-town refineries, is by far the large volume fuel storage and distribution industry complex in Canada. And it is very critical to the well-being of the Toronto economy. These fuel terminals, they operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They handle a very large quantity of highly flammable fuels, and they ship approximately 750 tanker trucks per day in order to meet the fuel needs of the Toronto area and southern Ontario. As you can see on this map, the fuel terminals are located within a very large and homogeneous employment area block, which is located east of the Keele Street. And this area extends all the way to Dufferin Street to the east. This is actually one of the largest employment area in the city of Toronto. The fuel terminals themselves are within a designated core employment area, and they occupy land which is zoned employment heavy industrial. To this date, no residential uses exist east of Keele Street on both sides of Finch Avenue all the way to Dufferin Street. This proposed introduction of sensitive land uses within 150 meters of the fuel terminals, in our opinion, is incompatible with the industrial operations of the fuel terminals. As stated in the OPA 231, for example, the proposed introduction of sensitive land uses in such close proximity to fuel terminals could potentially force fuel terminals to have to alter their operations. For example, particularly when environmental certificates that these industries operate under are affected, or if complaints are lodged about adverse effects resulting from their industrial operations. These fuel terminals are considered Class 3 industries by the Ontario Ministry of Environment, and the D6 guideline recommend a minimum distance of 300 meters between the property line of Class 3 industries and sensitive land use such as residential. This is in order to protect people and the environment. The Scientific Risk and Consequence Analysis Commission recently by Canadian Fuels from the highly qualified SNC Lavalin engineering firm also confirms that in order to mitigate public safety risk, there should be no high density residential within a radius of 300 meters from the fuel terminals tank storage facilities. So the fuel terminals companies are known for their culture of safety and operational management. And these companies have for objective to continue to minimize health and safety risks associated with their operations. However, while risks are being reduced as much as possible, they cannot be eliminated completely. So major incidents have not occurred to these dates at the terminals. However, we know that they have occurred internationally at other terminals over the years. So in conclusion, considering the importance which should be placed on public safety, we respectfully request that the Planning and Housing Committee directs the city staff to revisit the OPAs in order to exclude sensitive uses on the east side of Keele Street and work with the fuel terminals to revise the OPAs in a manner that satisfies their outstanding operational and public safety concerns. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Thanks for joining us today, Jane. Next speaker, Howard Moscow. Good morning, Howard.
Good morning. Madam Chair, I sent in my written brief with recommendations. Does the committee have the recommendations in front of them?
Yeah, we have access to it, Howard.
Okay, well, I'd like to revise my second recommendation slightly. The matter of this quadrant be referred back to staff, and they be requested to develop a long-term plan that includes the possible decommissioning of the oil tank farms. Okay, that's a slight revision. I live in this neighborhood. When I bought my house 55 years ago, Keele Street was a gravel road. What the study does not address is the elephant in the room. Because it proposes major increases in population density, we basically turned a blind eye to the oil storage tanks. There are some 20 tanks there. Each of them are the equivalent of a 5-story building filled with fuel. On October 1978, 1,000 residents were evacuated from their homes in Port Credit because of fire in 2 massive oil tanks. That touched off a community battle that resulted in a 1985 decision to decommission and remove the oil storage tanks that scarred the Mississauga landscape. It was a bold decision that gave Mississauga its present waterfront. The time has come to plan for the removal of the massive storage tank farms operated by the oil industry north of Finch Avenue from Dufferin to Keele Street. It's inconceivable that the city would build 2 intersecting rapid transit lines in the middle of an oil storage field without providing a plan for relocation. Would the tank farms be ignored if they were built in the tank farms if they were located at Yonge and Eglinton? Because what in fact you have here is the creation of a Yonge and Eglinton intersection in the middle of an oil tank storage field. The tank farms were built in the 40s. They store fuel that supply local filling stations throughout the GTA. They're located along the Trans-Canada pipeline, which runs under the hydro corridor north of Finch. Petroleum products brought in by pipeline leave the area by tanker truck. This results in heavy oil truck movements along major arterial roads, most of which make their way to Highways 400 westward along Finch Avenue or south to Highway 401, either along Keele Street or west to the Allen Road via Chesswood. Heavy truck movements often clog the arterial roads and chew up the pavement. A fully loaded tandem oil tanker weighs some 42 tons. In 1954, the city adopted a bylaw, this is what coincided with the opening of the Yonge Street subway, that prohibited fuel from being trucked over a subway line. It was a public safety measure. Oil trucks are difficult to drive because of their high center of gravity. In the U.S., between 2002 and 2008, 216 oil truck workers were killed in highway crashes. In July 2010, after heavy lobbying from the oil industry, a TTC report recommended that City Council lift the 1954 bylaw because it conflicted with the construction of the York University Subway extension. There was no way that oil truck movements could avoid the intersection of Finch and Keele. As chair of the TTC, I held up that report for 2 months, but in the end, I had to let the issue go. The tank farms were not going to be moved, and it was either bend the rules or don't build the subway. Still, an oil spill that could result from an oil tanker accident over a double subway station would be a major disaster. Given the high volume of tanker traffic at that intersection, by the way, one tanker crosses that intersection every 54 seconds. I've been out there and I've timed them. That's 24 hours a day. It would only be a matter of time before an accident occurred. Parallel to the Keele-Finch secondary plan, there's a study being undertaken on the movement of goods in Northwest Metro. I proposed an alternative route, and that route would essentially use the decommissioned York University busway, which runs through the hydro right-of-way. The tanker trucks would use that route, go north to Steeles Avenue and enter the corridor, the hydro corridor north of Steeles Avenue and go towards Highway 400. We'd have to turn the intersection of Steeles and Highway 400 into a full clover leaf. The land is there to do that. It's just a matter of building it. And we would solve the major problem is these tankers rumbling through this downtown area, this to-be downtown area in the middle of the day. Well, the staff was doing a study of the movement of goods, and then Vicky Rutowski, who's one of the leads in the study, retired, and they contracted the study out. The contracted study is basically going to recommend nothing with respect to the movement of oil tanker trucks. So the only other option you have, if you don't get rid of the oil tanker trucks, the other option is to remove the tanks. And those tanks could be located anywhere along the Trans-Canada Pipeline. I know they were there, and historically, every time a city grows up around these tanks, ultimately for safety, they have to remove. And you see that in the deputation that's been made today. What the oil industry is saying, hey, don't build anything too close to our tanks. Now, if you look at the report, section 44 basically calls for simply a risk assessment.
Howard, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up. You're well over the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, okay. Can I just give my recommendations then? Number one, that the provision, I'm just going to read them. This is the motion I would move if I were on the committee. One, the provisions in this plan as they pertain to the area west of Keele Street and north of Steeles Avenue West be considered an interim plan. Two, the matter of this quadrant be referred back to staff and they be requested to develop a long-term plan that includes the possible decommissioning of the oil tank farms. Three, the future of these lands take into consideration such changes in the west end of North York as the establishment of the Finch LRT, the decommissioning of the Downey Airport, and the lifting of the flight contour limits on these lands. Fourth, the supplementary plan, I just got two more to read. The supplementary plan proposed the best use for the abandoned York University busway that presently traverses the area from Dufferin Street to Keele, and this matter be reported to council within 1 year. And if I were on the committee, I would make those moves.
Thank you, Howard. I'm going to have to ask the members of the committee or outside councillors if they have any questions for you. Anyone? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, Councillor Perruzza.
Please go first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was just going to ask Howard, I think he had another recommendation. What's the other recommendation, Howard?
Well, there was one other recommendation that I forgot to mention, is that provisions be made to protect the Parsons site, which is an archaeological location within the study area that has not been mentioned.
You mentioned the good movement study. I didn't quite understand what your recommendation.
There are two solutions. Number one, provide a safe method of moving the oil tanks out of the area without impacting on the downtown core or the subway station. And I've offered a solution to that. And that solution is simply take them through the highway corridors, take them north to Steeles through a second hydro corridor, and offload them at Steeles and Yonge. That would be my first solution. The second solution is if you can't, get rid of the tanks and have them relocate them over a period of time elsewhere. And that, in fact, would benefit the city more. Because you can then have...
So Howard, what mechanisms do you think the city has that could compel the oil companies to relocate their storage tanks?
Well, that's a tough one, but I think one of the mechanisms is this plan. If this plan calls for the possible relocation of them, and plans what you would do with that area if they were gone, it could happen. And not only that, because the value of these lands will be so much enhanced by the lifting of the flight limits on the highway, it's affordable for the oil companies because the lands will bring huge amounts of revenue. I know it's difficult and expensive, but you can't keep these things in the middle of the city, and you're building the city around them. You're locating millions of people in this area, huge residential developments. There are office developments already presently being built along Finch Avenue. Now the oil industry comes along and says, oh, 175 meters is not enough. You have to use 300 meters, which further depresses the economic impact on the industrial area.
So Howard, one other question. Do you think, so there's a proposal in the plan to extend Tangiers Road up to the Pond Road. Do you think that the oil companies would be interested in a conversation in extending that road, possibly, figuring out a way to connect it to Highway 407 so that those trucks and tankers, as an interim measure, be able to sort of access the highway directly?
It would be infinitely less expensive.
Sorry, no, that's me. Don't worry about it.
It would be infinitely less expensive for them to accept the oil transportation plan rather than remove the tanks. But unless you say to them, there's a possibility we're going to get rid of the tanks here, they're not going to negotiate. Right now, you've got a busway running through a road running through the hydro corridor. There's a second road presently being built through the hydro corridor north of Steeles Avenue. So you're right. You could take the trucks, take them off the main streets, take them up Tangiers Road and across the hydro right away, and completely eliminate any safety problem you have for the subway stations, and the clogging of the roads, and that would be one solution. The other solution is get rid of the tanks. If they can't buy the transportation solution, then the city has to put pressure on them to get rid of those tanks, as they've done in most other cities, like the bottom half of Mississauga, where they got rid of the tanks there after an explosion.
Thanks. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Howard?
No, but don't forget the Parsons site. I forgot that. It's an archaeological Huron village that was located near York University, and it wasn't mentioned in the study. It's within the study area. It ought to be protected in accordance with city's policy.
I believe, Howard, it's just outside the study area, but I'll get the planners to confirm that after. It's just on the northwest portion of the study, but just outside of it.
Okay.
But you're right. We'll get them to clarify on that. Okay. Thanks. All right.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Madam Chair, I'm just recognizing how long the agenda is, and I'm going to refer my questions to staff. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Next speaker, Kurt Franklin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My name is Kurt Franklin. I'm a planner with Weston Consulting. We're the planners for the property owners at 1280, 1290, 1300 Finch. This is in the northeast quadrant, which has been the subject of such discussion already this morning. First, I want to take the opportunity to thank Matt Armstrong for spending time with the landowners and myself yesterday evening to go over our concerns. It was exceptionally helpful, and we have greater clarity on some of them. So I'd like to just sort of abbreviate my remarks today. One of the things we'd like the committee to consider as they move this item forward is to potentially allow a private road instead of a public road through the middle of the property. We do not dispute the need for the road. There's going to be a road required in here in some manner. Given the types of density that we're looking at, sometimes a private road can be, I think, more beneficial, especially for the provision of underground parking and providing services with a public easement across to achieve the porosity objectives of the plan as well. So if that could be considered, that would be appreciated. The other thing which we discussed with Mr. Armstrong last night was just to try to bring some clarity as to what is being requested in these risk assessment studies and plans. Typically, whenever I have to work with a landowner trying to determine what's required to develop a property, the municipality has a very exhaustive list of studies that are required with very good definitions as to what it comprises these studies, and also very specifically what would be a successful outcome of that study. I'm not a risk assessment expert by any stretch of the imagination. Which leads me to the concern that I have that when reading all of the studies that are being required in sections 425, that I don't understand what they are. There's no description of what they are. And there's specifically nothing there that says, and this number means it's a positive outcome. So it does raise concerns just generally as a planner working on the private side, that we're going to end up potentially in situations where we have your experts talking, discussing and arguing with your peer review experts. And I think it's going to be very difficult to determine whether this is safe or not safe because of the lack of clarity in it. So if it's possible to give direction to staff to bring some sort of clarity to this with either definitions or recommended outcomes of these studies, we think that would be helpful as well. So, and I will end my remarks there and be pleased to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
Yeah.
Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, you understand that the risk assessment component of the study, you understand that the oil companies had objected to any kind of mixed use designations in this quadrant right from the get-go. And they produced their own studies that basically, created a situation where there would be no growth allowed here or no change. Yeah.
I do recognize, yes, absolutely.
Right. And you know that we sort of worked for about, I would say, maybe the planners can put a little more clarity to this, about a year with consultants getting to the point where with this measure, with the risk assessment component, you now have, we now are in a much better position to allow for some growth here.
Yes.
And so we did that work.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And I'm not disputing the need for any sort of risk assessment if a development application was to come in. I just do not understand what some of these things are. I don't know what a consequence analysis is or a fault tree analysis, and I have no resource at the city by which I could go and say, now I understand and I know what I can ask a separate consultant for.
But have you read the studies produced by the oil companies?
No, sir, I have not. No, so I'm a planner, not a risk assessment expert.
So, but you haven't looked at those studies in terms of what their risk alarm, the risk alarm that they outline in their study.
No, I understand that they're going to define that, and I'm not disputing that these such studies are not necessarily required. It's just the ability to determine whether the outcome of this study is something that the city would then be able to say, yes, we will approve this development, or no, we will not, because the outcomes are not appropriate.
So how do you think we could get to a study or come to a conclusion that would be able to define that risk in a way that that adds some finality to that conversation?
And once again, I'm going to have to look to some sort of expert in risk analysis to give some guidance on that. I'm a former councillor from Halton Region from several years ago, and we were involved in 2 risk analysis studies, one on a rail, one on a gas pipeline. And I was frustrated with that process because you came up with a number at the end, but you didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. And it was a very subjective exercise. So if there's a way to bring some sort of clarity to remove some of that subjectivity and make it more objective, I think that would be helpful. I'm just offering that as a suggestion.
Yeah, but you understand that, and I offer this in a helpful way, because what you're suggesting is basically going through an exercise that would delay this study for at least another year or 2. If we could even get to finding someone that could put some finality to that conversation.
Okay.
the
And this may be
conversation
an
you're
impossible
suggesting.
task, and I may not be realizing that while I'm asking it. All I know is that we're going to end up in the future where we're going to have applications coming forward. People are going to be asking, how do I do these things? And what is an outcome that would mean you're going to approve my development? So that's the only purpose for asking it, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Prutza. Any other members that would like to ask questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Laura Dean is our next speaker. Good morning, Laura.
Good morning, Chair Bailao and members of the Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Laura Dean, and I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Aird and Burles. I'm before the committee today on behalf of Shell Canada Products and Imperial Oil. On behalf of my clients, I submitted correspondence to this committee, which is listed as PH 19.1.11. And the committee may wish to turn to that letter as it contains a few graphics which may be of assistance. As you heard earlier, Shell and Imperial are the respective owners of two of the three fuel terminals, which, as has been noted, have been in operation in the Keele Finch area since the mid-1950s. Shell and Imperial are both members of the Canadian Fuel Association, who you heard from this morning through its representative, Jean Roy. I won't repeat the information which has already been provided to you regarding the 24/7 operations of the fuel terminals or their crucial and vital importance to the local and provincial economy. It's been previously recognized by the city that the fuel terminals are not going anywhere. This is not the type of industrial use that can simply pick up and relocate. The fuel terminals represent a substantial investment in physical infrastructure, including underground pipelines, and they're strategically located, and their operations will continue over the long term. Now, the main point I'd like you to take away from my brief presentation today is that the proposed official plan amendments are simply not compatible with the fuel terminals from both a safety and operational perspective. The proposed OPAs would permit and encourage the introduction of residential and other sensitive uses in the vicinity of the fuel terminals, which are a heavy industrial use. Now, we need only think back to the 2008 Sunrise propane incident to understand why industrial uses need to be adequately separated from sensitive land uses. Now, I'm hesitant to refer to my clients in the same breath as that operator. However, that accident, which caused thousands of people to be evacuated from their homes and which cost nearly $2 million to clean up, should serve as a lesson. Now, the city justifies the proposed densities and its proposed land use designations by pointing to its third-party study, the Keele Finch Plus Noise, Air Quality and Safety Study. Now, as previously noted, the Canadian Fuel Association retained SNC-Lavalin to undertake a peer review of that study. And the peer review found that the city's study was insufficient and that it underestimated public safety risk. Specifically, the peer review noted that the city's study did not analyze the consequences for all accident scenarios, including a vapor cloud explosion. Now, I mention a vapor cloud explosion because that was the known cause of explosions and a major fire in 2005 at a fuel terminal a facility in the United Kingdom. This incident caused injury to persons and considerable damage to property. An investigation into that incident said the severity of the explosion was far greater than could reasonably have been anticipated based on the knowledge at the time and the conditions at the site. The devastation was enormous. Now, here I must note again that Shell and Imperial Oil's commitment and policy on safety is designed to help protect people and the environment, but risks inherent to the operation of fuel terminals, they can be managed but not fully eliminated. Now, in light of the findings of that SNC peer review, which I mentioned, and in order to understand the risk posed by the proposed official plan amendments, SNC-Lavalin conducted a subsequent study and prepared a report titled Consequence Analysis of Potential Major Accidental Events at the three terminals in the Keele Finch area. Now, this study was completed in November of this year and has been provided to planning staff, as well as Councillor Pasternak as the local ward councillor, and Councillor Thompson as the chair of the Economic Development Committee. The consequence analysis provides recommended setbacks for different types of land uses in the vicinity of the fuel terminals, and these recommendations are based on the specific experiences gained from documented fuel terminal incidents. So on page 4 of the letter that I prepared on behalf of Shell and Imperial Oil, you'll see a graphic which overlays the SNC recommendations on top of the land use designations that are being proposed by OPA 483. As you can see, the city's proposed land use designations would conflict with the recommendations of the consequence analysis. In particular, the OPAs would permit high-density residential uses within 300 meters of the fuel terminals. Now, the city's response to this concern in the OPA has been to point out that the secondary plan places certain requirements on proponents of new developments to demonstrate land use compatibility, including through these risk assessments, which we just heard about from the previous speaker. Now, this response is not adequate. Where issues of public safety are concerned, it is not appropriate to put the onus of demonstrating land use compatibility and safety on the proponent of new developments. Now, apart from concerns over public safety, both Shell and Imperial have major concerns regarding the impact of the proposed OPAs on their operations. Provincial plans and policy, as well as the city's own official plan, direct that fuel terminals as major facilities and employment uses should be protected from encroachment by sensitive uses. The proposed OPAs do the opposite. They encourage the development of sensitive uses in the vicinity of the fuel terminals. As we can all appreciate, land use compatibility issues are sure to arise when sensitive uses are situated in proximity to heavy industrial uses. And now I respectfully request that the committee direct staff to work with Shell and Imperial Oil and the other fuel terminal operator to revise the OPAs in a manner that reflects the recommendation of the SNC report and satisfies the outstanding safety and operational concerns.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, thank you so much. You mentioned that the depot isn't going anywhere anytime soon because of the infrastructure. Do you know if the companies have considered it?
I can't speak specifically to what level of investigation has taken place. It's something that I'm sure has occurred to various individuals at both companies as the city's grown up around the terminals. However, there are no plans to relocate.
I mean, urbanization has caused the dispensing of fuel here too. So just backtrack for me for a second and describe for the committee member. So this depot serves fuel to what area?
The fuel is distributed throughout the Greater Toronto area. So and it's set to serve about 8 million people.
Right. So this is the depot for basically South Central Ontario.
Correct. Now there are 3 separate fuel terminals here.
Sorry? No, I understand that, but basically this area serves fuel to South Central Ontario, more or less, right?
That's correct.
Okay, but their infrastructure that basically comes from Windsor and Sarnia continues on to Kingston and then onwards to Montreal, correct? A lot of the infrastructure, correct?
I can't speak to the specifics of the technical aspects of how the pipeline operates, but what you have described does correspond with what I know of the operation.
In your view, would your clients be willing to sit down and talk about how the trucks can get in and out of this area and how they can access the highways more readily without having to sort of cut through some of the residential neighborhoods that are growing up around the depot?
I'm certain that both of my clients are very willing to speak to the city about alternatives to what's being proposed here.
Well, I can tell you, up until 2 years ago, I was both the councillor for the west side of Keele and the east side of Keele in this area, and I've never ever found. I've reached out to the companies to have this conversation, and there's never been anybody there who's ever taken an interest to come forward and say, okay, let's talk about how we can get fuel in and out of this area and make it more efficient for us and safer for the surrounding neighborhoods. That's never happened. I've never been able to find anybody to do that. And as you mentioned earlier, you didn't even give me the study. You sent it to Thompson and Scarborough. Thank you so much.
I believe you received a copy, Councillor Pasternak, but if you didn't, we will be willing to provide a copy for you.
I'm Perruzza.
I'm sorry, Councillor Perruzza. I'm very sorry.
No, that's all right. No worries. Okay. Wait for Thompson's phone call. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Laura. Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Okay, we can now proceed to questions of staff. Any members outside the community with questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll bring it in committee. Questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam. Councillor Proots, I did ask if there were any members of the committee.
Yeah, you know
Okay.
what, you just kind of faded out of my microphone for a sec, right?
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Proots.
Just a question I wanted to follow up on was on Howard Moscow's question about the study, the archaeological site. Is that not within the study area? I thought it wasn't in the study area, but if it is, why isn't it not part of the report?
Through the deputy mayor, councillor, the specific area that the former councillor was referring to is north of the study area. But I would just remind committee that the department has a fairly sophisticated screening tool that we use for archaeology. That work was completed some years ago, and all development is assessed against that screening tool, such that if known archaeological resources are evident in accordance with Ontario legislation, we do a phase 1 and phase 2 review of those resources, and that's managed by our Heritage Planning Unit. So I would just assure the committee that any and all archaeological resources in the area, whether they be in the study area or not, are managed through an existing process.
So just let me ask the question: is it in or is it out? And if it's and why isn't it not referenced here? Just to answer our question.
Cassidy, I don't know if you can help me further on that. Is it in or is it out? I thought it was out.
Through Madam Chair, it is just outside of the secondary plan boundary. It is a significant site. It is reflected on the archaeological assessment tool, and our archaeological staff is quite aware of it. So we didn't need to do additional policy directions in the Keele Finch secondary plan for it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Bringing into committee, members of the committee with questions of staff. Sorry, if I could have my screen back, I can see the councillors. I believe Councillor Wong-Tam had some questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And through you to staff, with respect to the archaeological assessment, and I heard you, Mr. Lintern, when you said that the city has a sophisticated tool to assess where those sites may be. Does the city have the same type of tool when assessing the land use around toxicity? So therefore, where there may have been industrial uses, chemical contaminants, do we go through the same rigorous tests on whether or not that is considered?
I'll defer to Cassidy, given her expertise in this field, but generally speaking, Councillor, through the chair, what you're referring to is a process that's Ontario-wide around the record of site condition, such that any previous land use is picked up by a process of soil review or soil contamination review at the building permit stage. And that is either corrected or mitigated through that process. Cassidy, you want to just explain how that is taken care of?
Through the chair, you did a wonderful job, Greg. I don't know if I have much more to add, but there was changes that was made to the legislation some years ago of the Brownfield Remediations Act, which introduced the record of site condition and the need for undertaking different environmental studies associated with the soil conditions in a particular area. So typically it's when there is a change of use to a more sensitive use, where that requirement gets ticked off, and it is a building permit requirement at that point. So we don't deal with it typically in our planning. What we deal with in the planning is more the noise, air quality, and other impacts associated with introducing new sensitive uses next to industrial uses.
Thank you. And is there a peer review process for that record of site condition? Or is it whatever the applicant provides us as information, we generally accept it because there's professional accreditation that creates those reports?
If, to the chair, if the city is taking land, so if the city is taking land for a street or a park, we peer review that. If otherwise, it's a process that, as Cassidy outlined, is satisfied by the existing regulations. That record of site condition is registered with the Ministry of the Environment and in accordance with their regulations. The city does not, as far as I'm aware, the city does not undertake a peer review.
I see Cassidy shaking her head, so that she is shaking her head in agreement with you. Is that correct? With the chief planner? Okay, thank you, Cassidy. Thanks.
In agreement, yes.
Hopefully.
Thank you. A question regarding the tower separation, and I think there's interest largely because in the downtown we strive for 25 meters, and most of the times we get that 25-meter separation distance. But I note that you are recommending that there is a 30-meter separation distance for the Keele and Finch area. Why is that the case? Are we not interested in protecting Skyview equally in the downtown core as well as in North York?
Through the chair, there's a few things that we typically take a look at when it comes to tower separation. So in this particular instance, there is existing towers that are very generously, there's generous tower spacing between them. So we were trying to provide some additional tower separation to reflect the fact that there is this generous tower separation. We also, based on the site sizes and configurations and the fact that you can, in many instances, get multiple towers on a site if you just had the minimal tower separation, we increased the actual tower separation in this particular case up here.
I would just add to Cassie's comments that the fabric downtown and in other more built-up areas of the city is generally more constraining. We have attempted to achieve, especially for extremely tall buildings, greater than 25-meter separation. So, for example, some of the waterfront sites where the buildings have become much taller. But generally speaking, there is an important relationship between the fabric of built-up areas in Yonge and Eglinton, for example, and downtown, which frankly makes the separation issue more challenging to achieve.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Any other members of the committee with questions of staff? No, seeing none. I would just like to ask staff to comment on the compatibility issues and the study that you've done and the recommendations that you have, how you'd respond to some of the concerns that were expressed here today.
Well, I'll just begin by saying that certainly through the course of the work that has been undertaken over the last few years, this is a mixed area with both residential and sensitive employment uses. Overall, the approach that staff have taken is to balance the goals of achieving housing and complete communities in a transit-rich area, a newly transit-rich area with both a subway station and an LRT. So that investment is significant, and it's important that we take advantage of that relationship between the housing opportunities that now present themselves and the transit. That being said, very much as the speakers outlined, the existence of that of the oil tank resources there is also a significant and strategic resource. So we tried to strike a balance as we normally do with land use compatibility, with separation standards, with risk assessment practices that are known and accepted in the industry, We will rely on outside experts and we will rely on peer review processes. Those are all important because we don't have the expertise on staff. But these policies set up that kind of process to ensure that we've done everything we can to address that land use compatibility inherently, which the Planning Act and the official plan speak to. We all know that these uses coexist in the city, and we do our very best through policy and practice to ensure that the compatibility and fundamentally the safety of people who live and work in these areas is carefully considered. Cassie, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Through the chair, there's a number of detailed aspects that the noise, air quality, and safety assessment that WSP undertook did to ensure a level of comfort among staff with the outcomes of the study. Some of that included connecting with fire services and understanding their fire response times, which when that gets inputted into the modeling reduces the risk of the more catastrophic events associated with the fuel distribution facilities. And we also consulted with our emergency management office on the study to ensure that we were adequately addressing the fuel distribution facilities. So we do stand by the study that WSP did and the outcomes and the results of it, and the requirement for more detailed risk assessments to be submitted at the development review stage associated with certain types of development and in certain zones.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Moving on to speakers. Any members outside the committee that would like to speak? Councillor Perruzza?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm just, first of all, I want to thank staff for all of the work that they have done on getting us to this point. This has been a bit of a long haul, as you can understand. It's a very, very complex area with lots of really complicated issues. And as you've heard, we have, the oil depot, which is a very significant facility that distributes fuel throughout sort of, South Central Ontario, and obviously urbanization and growth is causing them some real issues. There's always the as Howard mentioned earlier, there's always the added risk, that there could be a significant accident that could happen there and really be destructive for the entire city, not just for the immediate neighborhood, but for the entire area. But given that, and given all of the other complexities here, there's a number of things that different folks want to have addressed. It's a very, very significant study area. It's a study area that guides growth over the next 20, 25, 30, 35 years. That's not to say that the study isn't going to be revisited many times as we move forward and as growth and change occurs over time. There will be, changes and modifications. It doesn't mean that it's perfect. I don't think anything is ever perfect, especially something that encompasses an area that's this large and so complex, given the sort of the stark line between employment district, industrial area, oil depot, and very sensitive uses, residential, schools, universities, colleges, churches, all kinds of other stuff on the other side. So it's complex. It'll evolve over time. There'll be lots and lots of opportunities to tweak it and guide it as it moves forward and as time goes on. So this is, I think, is a good start, and we need to remember that. We need to remember that these are studies, and they're intended to provide a guide. It's not something that you can sort of look at with any kind of finality and say, this is it, folks. This is what this area is going to look like in 30 or 40 or 50 years. While it provides that guide, we also understand that there will be modifications to it, and there'll be changes, and road grids and all of those things will evolve as everything else does in the city. So it's a real good start. It's a real opportunity to bring some change and some renewal in an area that has long asked for the renewal and sort of a hand up, as it were. We now have a subway station at the intersection of Keele and Finch. We have an LRT station there as well. We have these incredible connections and that connect both York University and Vaughan to the downtown core, and we have a wonderful opportunity here. When you look at an aerial view of the area and you look at York University, you look at the Downsview lands, and you look at the endless opportunities that there are here for growth. And what really is our challenge more than anything else is getting it right, is trying to figure out what it is that will work over time, and will allow this area to sort of shape the linkages between the area north of us, the suburban areas of York region, to the rest of the city and to the downtown core. So we're sort of a gateway of sorts. I know that down at City Hall, we don't often talk about the regions and how we are ultimately connected to those.
Councillor, I'm going to have to ask you to start wrapping up.
This is, that's all I got to say on that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for joining us today. Any other councillors that would like to speak on this item from outside the committee? No, seeing none. Members of the committee who would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, so we can move staff report. I can move it. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you, staff. I know this is the first of many of these reports that will open the door to our inclusionary zoning implementation as well. So thank you for the hard work. We'll see how this one goes, and on to the many others that we'll see at this committee. So thank you for the hard work. Item 19.2. Development in proximity to rail, draft official plan amendment and proposed zoning amendment approach. Councillor Fletcher, you've held the item. Do you have questions of staff?
Yes, you said some quick questions of staff. What would be the difference between what happens now? Let me start with, what are Metrolinx's requirements? Because they do own, I'm just going to talk about the track beds for GO. They do own those track beds. So what are the current requirements, please?
Through the chair, and I may also refer to my staff, our staff who have worked on this file, Councillor Fletcher. So just let me begin quickly. We would circulate all of our development applications to Metrolinx, and they'll give us their requirements. Generally speaking, the movement of heavy rail and transit is different, and they apply a different standard. The 30-meter setback referenced in the report is a federal standard, which we work to implement or reduce through mitigation standards that are identified in the report. Brooke, I'm not sure if you can reference specifically the Metrolinx standards that are typically employed.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Oops, got the circle going there, Brooke. The WebEx, the dreaded WebEx circle.
The dreaded WebEx, yes.
twilight zone?
They have the greatest concerns in relation to managing any potential impact.
Sorry, I don't know how much we lost of you. You were sent off.
Sorry, my apologies, I'll turn off my video.
Thank you.
Metrolinx's largest concern are with regards to potential impacts to their ability to operate along the lines. So when they are reviewing applications that propose development in close proximity to rail, they are looking to ensure that there will not be any change in stormwater conveyance onto their rails. They are looking to make sure that there is no overswing, say, of trains in the area, anything that might possibly disrupt their operations. And so we have been working very closely with them to be able to balance the interests of public safety on the city's side and protecting their ability to operate without disruption or interruption in any way as part of their review.
What is their current requirement along their line?
Through you, Madam Chair, their current requirement is to ensure that there is no activity or change in inputs like stormwater that could be introduced that could disrupt the operation of their trains on these lines.
They have a certain requirement, though, for running, for building next to the rail line currently.
They have, through you, Madam Chair, they have their own guidelines for developing in proximity to rail, but they reference the same basic standards and best practices as are established through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and Rail Association of Canada guidelines. And they work with the city to ensure that their operations are not disrupted by any potential applications that come in.
So how big of a crash wall do they have to have? How far away can you put the development? Those are the questions that I'm really looking to hear the answers to.
Through you, Madam Chair, as everyone references the same federally established rail safety regulations and are all operating in keeping with the guidelines that have been established through the Rail Association of Canada, they do not have a specific setback or crash wall width. Each crash wall width and its design, as well as the related potential decrease in setback, are established on a case-by-case basis based on many factors, including rail operation speeds, all of those kinds of things. So there is no set number or specific.
That's good. Yeah. And apparently Metrolinx is now attempting to set, to have federal rail safety is regulated through the federal government. Is it through a third party or an arm's length organization?
Through you, Madam Chair, Transport Canada is ultimately responsible for setting these regulations, but they work very closely with the Rail Association of Canada, as well as all of the rail operators and the track owners to establish any safety requirements or guidelines.
Can Metrolinx set up or work with a third party that would have a different standard than Transport Canada for running rail in heavy rail and light rail in the same corridor? For safety
For you,
reasons?
Madam Chair, the corridors all use that are the subject of this report and the recommendations are the same gauge, and they have the same operational standards and safety standards along those lines for all users. Train speeds through municipalities can vary depending on time of day, type of goods or people being transported. But beyond that, it is all regulated essentially through the federal government with the participation of the Rail Association of Canada.
And is diesel considered heavy rail, or is it just a type of fuel?
Through you, Madam Chair, if you are referencing the fuel which runs the engines, I believe it is a type of fuel, and as such would not alter any of the regulatory relationships.
Councillor, that was your last question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've had all my questions answered. I'm fine with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors with questions? Seeing none. Speakers? No speakers. Motion to move the report. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. We now move to item 19.4, expanding housing options in neighborhoods, garden suites review. And we have speakers. We're going to start with Craig Race. Good morning, Craig. Just 1 minute to unmute. Is Craig unmuted? Two speakers, Craig Race and Michelle German. Good morning. Craig, Michelle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Good morning. Go ahead.
This is actually Craig Rattan. I think I'm supposed to speak after Michelle German.
Okay. Is Craig Race on the line? No? Okay. Michelle. Is Michelle on the line? Good morning, Michelle. Okay. Craig Rattan. Okay. Go ahead, Craig.
Perfect. I'll start, and then hopefully Michelle can join in
Exactly.
afterwards. We are disputing on the same topic.
Yep.
Thank you very much for having us here this morning, committee and Deputy Mayor Bailau. My name is Craig Rattan. I'm the Policy Director for Energy, Environment and Land Use at the Toronto Region Board of Trade. We're speaking today, the Board of Trade and Wood Green, in relation to the Garden Suites Initiative, as well as a report we released last week. You have a copy of it as communication item number 51 on this item about housing a generation of workers modeling solutions. For the Board of Trade, you're likely familiar, but for the past 175 years, we have advocated for our city's business community, and we want Toronto to be recognized as one of the most competitive and sought-after business regions in the world. On behalf of our members, we advocate for policy change that increases our region's growth and competitiveness, and housing is one of these key issues. Without a strong supply of affordable housing, we won't be able to attract and retain the talent needed to maintain our edge as a globally competitive city region. And we've started this work on this report and this series because, and we joined with Wood Green because over the past year we recognized how urgent this issue is and the challenges that many low and middle income workers were facing in our region and how essential they are to the functioning of our region's economy and society. Workers like social service workers, hospitality workers, custodians, cashiers, even new teachers, nurses, and paramedics were finding it more and more difficult to live in the city and needing to commute from a much further distance. And so because of this, we decided we wanted to get together to explore what are some of the solutions that are out there to build more housing options for low and middle income workers. Our research focused both internationally and on case studies in Toronto. We explored challenges in places like Silicon Valley, where teachers and community college professors and staff were no longer able to afford to live in the city, and so their employers built housing that their workers would be able to live in. We explored areas like Whistler, where there's a mandate from the Regional Housing Authority that requires employers to contribute either funding or units to help ensure that workers are able to live in the municipality. And as we drew on this research and brought together these findings, we saw that there was opportunity in Toronto to really focus on finding and growing and scaling solutions that work for workers in this income bracket. In the Toronto region, the report we released last week looked largely at solutions that are able to scale and that are able to help meet the city's Housing TO Action Plan targets of 40,000 new units by 2030. And there were a couple of points we wanted to emphasize out of that, the need to ensure that we are building at scale, that we are delivering the density needed to provide enough units for these workers, given the scarcity of lands and the short runway we have once, appropriate planning and approvals timelines are met and for construction to be undertaken. But we also feel like it's important that we are using every tool in the toolbox we can to build and develop and create housing solutions that work for the range of workers. Our most recent report featured a profile of a woman named Bonnie, who's a social services worker in the city who earns around $50,000 a year, works downtown but lives in East Scarborough. She has a daughter who has some disabilities, and she's the main caretaker for her daughter. Her housing needs have changed. She owns a home in East Scarborough, which was possible when she bought it decades ago, but would likely not be possible anymore. But it has been trying to find out how to live with her daughter in a caretaking role in the longer term, whether it's converting her house or living with her daughter elsewhere. And this is one of those examples where an option like garden suites helps increase the ability of people like Bonnie to meet their needs and to continue to live and work in the city and support their families. So that's one story and one example of why garden suites would be a very valuable tool to add to the city's toolbox and increase the options for essential workers to live close to their work, to be able to support their family, and to meet their needs in the city for a longer term. I know Michelle has some more details to share on our report, as well as on our views about the essential need for garden suites. And so I will leave my remarks there.
Thank you, Craig. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I'm going to go back and see if Craig Race and Michelle German, if they're online. Good morning, Michelle.
Yes. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for having me today. Just to introduce myself, my name is Michelle German. I'm the Policy and Strategy Lead at Wood Green Community Services, and here today alongside Craig, who you just heard from, who has been my co-author and partner in our workforce housing research series. We've come today because we really wanted to show our support for the Garden Suites initiative. We see it as an important layer into what the city is doing to create as many options of housing that can increase affordability in the community as we can. A little bit about Wood Green. For those of you who don't know us, we're one of the largest social service agencies in the city of Toronto. We work with about 40,000 people each year across 40 locations or so. And together we help people find safe, affordable housing, help seniors live independently, internationally trained professionals enter the job market, parents access childcare, et cetera, et cetera. We sort of do it all. And in particular, we are very focused on providing affordable housing. We're the second largest non-municipal provider in the city, have been working for over 80 years, and we're also a decently sized employer with about 800 staff and 1,000 volunteers. Craig and I really came together today. We've been working on research over the last year to make a case for the kind of housing we need in our city to promote a diverse set of opportunities for everybody. And in particular, we wanted to link the discussion today to the kinds of people who need housing in our city. We often think of housing as an end product without thinking of the end user. And in particular, we are promoting housing options for our essential workers, who we have seen throughout the pandemic are so central, and we need to make sure there are places for them to live, work, and play close to work and in affordable and safe, attainable housing. We believe that Toronto needs urgent action on housing. Our region economy is strong and growing, and employment trends, wage growth, and productivity all signal that Toronto is riding a positive momentum. But if we don't solve our housing challenges, then we really could stall that. So our city can become one of a select class of professionals we can all live in. This work was supported by TD Bank, and we're really compelled this because despite serving and employing people on the moderate and low income spectrum, we're experiencing the same challenges faced by the Board of Trade and those in moderate to high income earners. We really believe that having a healthy, vibrant, and livable city, we really need these kinds of options. And it's critical that any conversation around the missing middle is not just tied to income, but includes those who are most vulnerable in the conversation about solutions. You risk coming up with solutions that will only benefit middle to high income, and those voices will be left behind. So we shared the report, and Craig spoke to it, but really we tried to pull out stories of people's experiences and draw them into facts so that we can illustrate what we're trying to do here. And so brings us to garden suites. We see garden suites as part of, the toolbox that the city really needs to make available that provides housing options that are more equitable. So we think garden suites are equitable because, the city really has the opportunity to add, along with the infrastructure that we already have, accommodate more density in our neighborhoods. And garden suites is a really gentle way to introduce this kind of housing. We also see it as an opportunity for more intergenerational living. So I know there's been a lot of conversations around, whether these suites will be deeply affordable or not, but the bottom line is they make the homeowner who has the suite, the whole thing becomes more affordable. So if it's an elderly couple that are living on a fixed income, they're able to remain in their homes, or they could rent out their homes and move to the garden suites. And really it provides a kind of flexibility that we should be promoting across our city. It also enables housing that, is close to the downtown core in many cases, close to transit, close to daycares and schools and hospitals. And we see it as, a really wonderful way to layer in the kind of housing we need in established neighborhoods. In conclusion, if we're going to solve our housing crisis, we need every tool to enable every partnership, leverage all available land and funds, and make sure that we're truly thinking about who we are building for and supporting. At the end of the day, if we do not, we will be in a city that we will not recognize and that no longer has space for the diverse communities that we cherish. Craig and I are working on a third report coming out in the new year, looking at the cost of inaction. So what does our city look like if we don't ensure that we're building housing specifically for essential workers? And we will keep the committee abreast. But for today, we want to show our support for garden suites as we see it as, an important puzzle piece in what we're trying to achieve here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions to the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. I'm going to try one more time to see if Craig Race is with us. Nope. Okay. Paul Gorey. Paul, good morning.
Yes. Good morning. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. Good morning, and thank you to the Planning and Housing Committee for the opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Paul Gorey. I work with Moss Sund Architects, an East End Toronto architecture firm with 15 years experience of residential design. Moss Sund has recently been involved in several laneway house projects, including designing the first laneway house to obtain a variance to allow for 2 units. As architects, we are routinely tasked by our clients to design livable secondary suites. Due to the age and existing constraints of the residential building stock in Toronto's downtown neighborhoods, secondary suites are quite often relegated to basements, resulting in suites with reduced views, light, and natural ventilation. Laneway suites are a great first step in increasing the quality and quantity of secondary unit stock in Toronto's neighborhoods. However, most properties in Toronto are not on a lane. Garden suites are a vital and necessary next step to increasing access to higher quality secondary suites for homeowners and renters. As architects who strive to design incredible living spaces and desire to make the city more livable, garden suites are rife with potential and will help us design the type of dwelling units that people want to live in. As architects, we have vast experience with the incredible diversity of houses in Toronto, and we talk to homeowners every day about their needs and requirements. The Laneway Suites initiative resulted in great excitement amongst the homeowners we work with for a variety of reasons. The possibility of rental income without losing space within the primary dwelling, better secondary suites for multi-generational families, downsized retirement suites, space for grown children when they return from university, and the ability for the homeowner to stay in the house, the community, and the neighborhood that they love. Garden suites provide the opportunity for even more diversity in quality housing types. And we believe that by increasing the number of homeowners who can stay in the communities they love, and by providing high quality dwellings for people looking to rent in these communities, we make the neighborhoods and the city a better place to live. Garden suites also provide a wonderful opportunity to increase the character of the neighborhoods they are built in. Similar to how laneway suites are animating unused and utilitarian spaces in the city, garden suites have the ability to further enhance underutilized spaces. We believe that our experience and education as architects can be a tremendous benefit to the Garden Suite initiative, and that architects can greatly contribute to all focused consultation meetings, and Moss Sun would welcome the opportunity to be involved in all future consultations. As the professionals tasked with designing this new typology and guiding homeowners through the application, permit, and construction process, we will play a vital role in the successful implementation of the initiative. We support the city's efforts and encourage the Planning and Housing Committee to approve the Chief Planner and Executive Director City Planning recommendations with regards to garden suites. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Paul. Next speaker, Phil Pothen. Good morning, Phil.
Good morning, committee members. A few of you will recognize me as a land use planning lawyer who's appeared before various committees in the past, but I'm now in-house counsel with Environmental Defense, and I lead policy development and government relations regarding natural heritage, smart growth, and land use planning in Ontario. Environmental Defense strongly supports implementation of as-of-right garden suite installation within the existing built-up area of the City of Toronto. First, and particularly in view of the present planning regime in Ontario, we feel that it's only by accommodating a lot of new housing, including ground-related housing in existing Toronto and GTA neighborhoods, that we'll be able to avert the rapid conversion of our remaining farmlands in natural spaces to residential sprawl. It's now clear that the intention of the provincial government is to force people of my generation, people who might want a little patch of garden, but who'd prefer to live somewhere that they could be comfortable without a car, onto tract housing constructed by a few connected developers on converted outlying farmlands or natural spaces. What is happening at Queen's Park with Schedule 6 today and the attack on conservation authorities is one part of that game plan. But what this means is that essentially the outward constraints on how far ground-related housing can sprawl are being dismantled. So one of the best contributions that Toronto can make is to give these new households, the newly forming households, more appealing ground-related options within its own boundaries. Garden suites really do hold great promise as one of those appealing options. I want to conclude this point by suggesting that Toronto really should feel some responsibility for the unfolding disaster of sprawl in its surrounding regions. Of course, there are limitations to this sort of back-of-the-envelope calculation, but if the municipalities that now make up the City of Toronto had chosen to accommodate growth in the same sort of sustainable forms and densities we see in Old Toronto, the entire population of the GTA could have been readily accommodated within the boundaries of our present City of Toronto. We wouldn't have this sprawl. Garden suites are an opportunity for the city to start making up for this historical failure without any real detraction whatsoever from the character and amenities of its suburban neighborhoods. Second, it's time for Toronto to acknowledge and grapple with the fact that many of its outlying suburban neighborhoods have densities and land use patterns and street networks that are far from optimal for promoting active transportation and supporting pedestrian-oriented businesses, and thereby reducing carbon emissions. Electric vehicles are preferable to fossil fuel-powered vehicles, but they're not really the long-term solution here for various reasons. There's a great disparity in the extent to which Toronto neighborhoods allow people to really get by without cars, which is really where the solution lies here. You know, people who choose should be able to get by without a car conveniently. In places like the Annex or in Dawes Road in Danforth, where I live, the densities and layout make it quite practical to get by without a car. And this is in no small part because there's a significant critical mass of people in the neighborhood during the day to support businesses and community infrastructure within walking distance. That just isn't true in many other neighborhoods, where it can be inconvenient to pick up groceries, prescription, or clothing on foot. Garden suites offer an excellent way of bringing these neighborhoods closer to densities that could support local greengrocers, pharmacies, and other amenities within walking distance. And all that without undermining whatever aesthetic qualities that some residents may value. To be clear, we're not at all suggesting that garden suites are some panacea that will cure everything that ails our lower density neighborhoods. Toronto will need more direct city-led interventions, for example, to connect cul-de-sacs and improve the diversity of uses within these neighborhoods. But we are optimistic about pursuing those objectives in concert with the pursuit of garden suites. I want to conclude also by underlining that environmental defense does not regard garden suites in any way as a substitute or replacement for mid-rise and high-rise intensification that the city is also pursuing. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Phil. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today, Phil. Next, Kathy McDonald. Good morning. Kathy? Kathy McDonald?
Oh, okay. And then, I guess I can explain. Yeah. So that would
Kathy, can you hear us? Your mic is on. It seems like you're coming through. Can you hear us?
What I was saying to him is it's likely the raccoon. Yes, yeah.
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you today? Your 5 minutes
good.
are up. Fantastic.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm Kathy McDonald. I'm speaking today as co-chair of FONTRA, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. I mean, as you may recall, FONTRA supported the Yellow Belt initiative to expand our housing opportunities in the low-density neighborhoods. In our comments, we stressed that different types of neighborhoods may need different kinds of considerations. And so we recommended a comprehensive public consultation be part of that study. Permitting garden suites goes against the longstanding prohibition of a house behind a house in our zoning bylaw. Laneway housing, being on lanes, is a much simpler change. We note that the planning report includes a very long and comprehensive list of issues that have to be addressed, and we agree with this list. We also want to stress that neighborhoods across the city are very different, and different kinds of provisions will be required to accommodate garden suites in these different kinds of areas. And maybe some of them will not be able to do so at all. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work. We're also particularly concerned about how these homes can be assured to be affordable. The planning report proposes a public consultation process and a final report in Q1. This seems to be an extremely short period of time for all the considerations that need to take place for this complex proposal, including a public consultation process. We understand that a report is to come out on the lessons learned results of the Laneway Housing Initiative. And we think that it would be good to have that report available before any public consultation process takes place on this important new initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Our last speaker for this item is Rod Wilson. Good morning, Rod.
Hi, good morning. Hello?
Yes, good morning. You can start.
Hi there. Yeah, thanks. My name is Rod Wilson, and as a homeowner in the Beaches area of Toronto, I have to agree with all the previous callers. I think that garden suites can only add to the character of an area. I took this, my house has a garden suite, and as an owner with the garden suite, it's been there, the building that in question on my property has been there for almost 100 years. So it's not, I'm not looking to build something new. I was asked if it would add to the character of the area at the Committee of Adjustments, and I can only say that I think it is the character of the area. It's a small barn behind my place, and it was there before my house was built, actually. So, and I think it's great to have my elderly father was living in there until the city asked him to leave because, excuse me, there were no bylaws in place. But I think this is a perfect initiative for affordable housing for families to have their elderly parents or children coming back. I can only say that I'm in huge favor of this initiative, and whatever it takes. I know it can't be a one-size-fits-all, but whatever needs to be done with each individual place, I'm certainly willing to do whatever's necessary to make my place legal in the eyes of the city and have it be a part of this initiative. Thanks very much for your time.
Thanks, Rod. Thanks for joining us today. Any questions? Seeing none, that concludes our list of speakers. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers? Any speakers on this item? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. Big thanks to the city planning team, our chief planner, and everyone who's been working on this file. I'm very glad to see the first component of the expanding housing options in our neighborhoods come forward to the committee today. And I have a motion I'd like to move that really make sure that as we're setting out permissions for this, we find a way to look at existing garden suites, which, as we just heard from the previous deputant, do in fact exist. They are obviously not conforming as it would be under the conditions today, but I'd like to make sure that we're finding a way to consider those as we set out a new policy framework. Since the approval of the work program back in July, it really is quite remarkable to see staff move this forward. These were conversations that, even a few years ago in the city were not taking place. And they were perhaps only really there on Reddit forums or Twitter. And it was sort of the urbanist community that was driving this dialogue forward. And yet, I think with everything that's going on today, the housing crisis that's happening here in Toronto and across Canadian cities, we need to be creative. And the rules that formally govern planning, in a previous context have changed. And our work program needs to reflect that. Our policy responses need to reflect that. And fundamentally, our zoning needs to reflect that as well. I think that there are folks out there that make note that this has been a fairly incremental approach. But I think ultimately positive progression on the housing file and the changes that we need in our planning housing system needs to go through a process where we're talking to our neighbors, where we're working with our communities, working with staff, and all the type of consultation that needs to take place across all of our different divisions to actually realize these programs and making sure that they are successful. It's important work. And if we go back to our consolidated official plan, the OP back in 2003, the city, Toronto, looked a lot different. You've heard chief planners describe it as the grand bargain that was made across all the different consolidated municipalities at that point to reach one OP that everybody could agree on. But like everything, this city has changed, and our policies and our processes need to change too to reflect the challenges that we're facing today. We've seen the discussion on missing middle move forward through secondary suites and laneway suites over the past couple of years. That's been very positive, increasing our housing options for residents in Toronto. That's the important work that this committee needs to do, and as elected officials, we need to drive those conversations here in Toronto. And none of these pieces taken in isolation represent a panacea to our housing crisis. We all know that. But when you take them in the collective, They are all important steps to move the needle forward on our housing file. This is the first piece of the work program, again, building on the laneways piece, and we need to make this as of right for folks in Toronto to be able to move these things forward. The city cannot do everything, and that's why we will largely look to opportunities in our neighborhoods that haven't presented themselves before to help provide housing for folks to age in place, for growing families, for folks who are new to the city and would like to live in different neighborhoods. This is a critical piece to realize those objectives, and I think those are objectives that all of us really agree on. As we heard from residents in Beaches East York today, both Phil and Rod, who jumped on the line, there is a need for smaller detached units. I think everything that's taken place over the past 10 months here has certainly raised the awareness around that. This is important work that we have to move forward. So I'm pleased to see this coming in front of us today. I think we need to leverage the moment and the learnings that we already have had from the laneway suites, and looking forward to seeing this implemented in the months and years ahead. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none.
Over here, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Councillor Wong-Tam. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I know it's difficult to see all the screens. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to also associate myself with Councillor Bradford's remarks. I think he captured it brilliantly in terms of the next phase of work and also the potential that this particular policy shift represents for the city. I do want to speak about the potential resistance in certain neighborhoods where they have consistently seen and only welcome single-family dwelling. We've had situations in the past where we fought with neighborhoods and residents who don't necessarily believe, any additional density, whether it's duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, or what have you, two front entrance doors to a single dwelling. With two family options have oftentimes created a stir of a debate, and sometimes we've seen neighbors pit one against each other as they try to meet the needs of their growing families or their economic needs by wanting to do more with their lands and their properties. So I do think, Madam Speaker, that at some point in time we may end up feeling the friction of those discussions. But I do think it's also just as important that we look ahead on what this policy shift will mean for the city with respect to the way we grow our neighborhoods, how we support intergenerational living, and also the component of this policy that could be considered as of right. I'm fascinated by where that can take us. And I think that if that is applied as broadly and as far reaching in every single neighborhood, it actually helps us do much more than what has already been seen and achieved with laneway housing. And I think, finally, Madam Speaker, the modal shift, as oftentimes we've seen, is that these back spaces of houses behind the backyards are oftentimes reserved for vehicles. In this case, there needs no access to vehicles, as it doesn't have access to a road or perhaps a laneway. So it really is about simply supporting what I think is hidden density or gentle infill density in a way that is respectful. And at that point in time, we may even see even broader thinking come out of this particular policy. What happens if the neighbors side by side start to take down the fences of their backyard? What happens if they do that in clusters of 3 or 4 houses, 5 or 6? Do they still need 5 or 6 individual lawnmowers? Will they need 5 or 6 individual barbecues? Or do they create a much more, I believe, a collective form of living that will allow them to, one, take care of each other, but also their families, but also reduce the ecological footprint in a way that has even bigger impact. So they can have a courtyard basically created between the front of the house and these new garden suites. It actually allows for a different reimagining of how we live in urban environments. And that, to me, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I should say, is the really exciting component to what these garden suites represent. And hopefully it's the gateway to a much more sustainable, urbanized, but also a more socially inclusive way for us to cluster and live together. And thank you very much to staff who are going to be doing this work.
Thank you, Councillor. Any
I
other?
have just two remarks. Sorry, Madam.
Councillor Fletcher,
Chair.
go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is quite an exciting initiative, as was the laneway housing. I do have people that have tried to do this and have spent tens of thousands of dollars at the OMB fighting the city on this. So I'm not going to make a motion that they would have their, yet anyway, that we would reimburse them. It will seem very strange to them to be going so hard tilt in one way when the city has spent a lot of time, even on a laneway, saying no. And that is always refreshing to have more options, a little clearer pathway, and a good conversation about things. So I just wanted to bring that up. The other thing that I think we need to always be aware of with innovations and even all the mid-rise guidelines is the issue around parking. It is always what people bring up, first and foremost, what they're most worried about in introducing something new. So on all of the avenues, when you're putting in 80 units, it would be like building 80 homes on a small downtown street. So the limiting the permit parking is very clear. It's very helpful. If people then understand what it's on a transit line, it's one of the reasons why we are very happy and receptive to building new types of housing, whether we put in our mid-rise guidelines, the missing middle, our laneway suites, and now we look at garden suites. But generally they are, as Mr. Posen said, around good transit hubs. So I'm just flagging that sometimes we forget that, and people then get very agitated when they're at meetings. So I think that, I'm not going to factor that in now, but just flagging that for all the new and exciting and creative and modern and urban initiatives, for people to be very receptive to them, we need to make sure we don't have big barriers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing none, I would like to say a few words. I want to start by thanking staff and thank all the speakers that joined us here today. I think this is another step forward on our missing middle work. I think laneway housing has shown that it can happen in a thoughtful way, be introduced and taken up by homeowners in a methodical and thoughtful way as well. It's been happening. It's not thousands of them, like nobody expected that, but it is happening, and it's providing that gentle density with options to Torontonians. And I think speakers raised a lot of good points on this issue. I would like to just raise 3 points that to me really excite me about these projects. I think, I'm not sure if it's my sociology background from when I was a student, I really like the impact that this can have on the fabric of our neighborhoods. When I think about what creating this policy means, for me means being able to have more rental units inside our neighborhoods and not leaving people that cannot or don't want to own a home being excluded from big portions of our city. So I think that is an important fact. The fact that you might be now giving the opportunity to a family to buy a home in a neighborhood that they would not be able to afford. We all know how expensive it's getting to buy homes. I often say, you know, I wouldn't be able to afford my house today. And when I look at my neighborhood, I would like to think that the people that have been making those neighborhoods fantastic, great for decades, that they don't get pushed out, that their kids don't get pushed out, that they have the opportunity to still be able to afford to live in that neighborhood. And I think that opens that door as well. And then the third thing is the intergenerational housing and the support that can create. And we've seen a lot of news stories about that. And I think about, the sandwich generation that we're having that is increasing. A lot of families that have elder parents and their 25-year-olds still at home. And how do you create space? And how do you support this? And how do you continue to work and create those supports for, your 25-year-old and your parents? And I think it's on us to think about the challenges that Torontonians are facing financially, socially, and try to work with them on some of these solutions. So are we going to have to look at the shadow impacts, at the privacy issues? Of course we are. We did that for the laneway housing. We know that we can do these things thoughtfully, but I think it is imperative that we give the options for people to continue to live in our communities, to take care of their families in our communities, and to do it in an environmentally friendly way, to create some gentle density, like some of the speakers said, and with the social supports that this can bring. So I think this is exciting. A lot of people very often remind us, oh, this is not affordable housing. And I was just talking with somebody a couple days ago and reminded them of the article that I read, I think it was on Toronto Life this week, about a family at Seton Village, if I'm not mistaken, that built a laneway housing in that case for their 30-year-old, if I'm not mistaken, that is an artist. And it came out close to $350,000. Now, if anybody can find anything in that neighborhood, even I think a bachelor, you wouldn't be able to find in that neighborhood for that price. Of course, it's not the deep, affordable, or supportive housing, but we all need to understand that when we're talking about housing, in the big spectrum of housing, we need different solutions and we need to tackle different points of the housing spectrum. And as some of the speakers mentioned here, what we're talking about in a lot of instances that this is a good solution is for some of the workforce housing that we have, some of the solutions that we need to create in order to have people continue to live in the city. So I am very excited to have this report moving forward. I did mention in the media that I'm hoping that we can have people getting garden suites in the summer. Let's see if we can get that. I know that staff is motivated and excited as well, but I do understand that we also want to do it thoughtfully and carefully because we want this to be something that is embraced by Torontonians. So thank you to everybody, and looking forward to continue this work. Okay, all those in favor? With the amendment from Councillor Bradford, I think we can move it as a package, and that carries. Thank you. We now move to item 19.6, Rent Safe TO, Apartment Building Standards, Color Code Rating System, Bylaw Amendments, and Program Updates. We do have a presentation from staff, and so we'll proceed with the presentation and then go on to speakers. Good morning, Carlton. Are you doing the presentation?
Yes, I'll be doing the presentation and then clerks will drive. Okay. So, Chair Balau and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present a high-level overview of the Rent Safe TO report before you today. I'm joined by my colleagues in policy and in operations who will be with me to answer questions at the end of the deputations when we get to questions of staff. Next slide. So the report responds to multiple directives from Council 2019 in November, whereby we were asked to create a color-coded rating system for the Rent Safe TO program. And just by way of background, Rent Safe TO is a bylaw enforcement program that aims to enhance tenant engagement and access to information and promote proactive maintenance and approximately 3,500 apartment buildings in Toronto. This report was originally planned for April of this year, but it was delayed due to COVID. Next slide. So as I said, Council has directed us to do this in keeping with DineSafe and the requirements of the apartment building owners and operators to post a rating sign in a visible location. There's fees for this now, and it also assigns a building color similar to DineSafe, which I'll get into later. It's modeled after the DineSafe program, and we've also taken some learnings from the Rent Logic program, which is completed by a third party that does it for the city of New York, not for the city, but for residents or tenants who are looking for information on apartment buildings. And then we also want to make sure that this data is available on the city's web page and it's fully accessible in AOPA compliant. Next slide. So the proposed rating system shows the connection between our evaluation scores, which you can see on the left, and the color-coded, which you can see in the middle. The proposed rating system builds off our currently established thresholds and uses those to determine the rating of the sign color. Next slide. This is an example. This is the draft sign, and each sign uses multiple ways to communicate. You'll see the number here, the 95%. You'll see a verbal rating. Here is good. And then a longer description of what results mean. So, common areas met the city's apartment building standards. Next steps of the evaluation process, and then how to call 311 if you're having issues. And for dark green, this is for buildings that score 86% or above. And because of their high rating, we want to spend our time on these buildings that score the least. So we come back to these buildings every 3 years. The next slide, please. So again, we have 4 colors in what we're proposing, and this is the light green sign, and it's for buildings that score between 66 and 85. And these, because they're, again, satisfactory, will be audited every 2 years. And inspected every 2 years, evaluated. Next slide is our yellow, and it is for buildings that score between 51% and 65%. And again, this is where we want to spend our time, and these buildings will be evaluated within 1 year of their previous evaluation. Next is our red, and this is the unsatisfactory. This is a fail. This is for buildings that score below 50%, and they will be audited within 6 months if they do not meet their standards. Next slide, please. So staff undertook extensive consultation. We had, close to 2,000 people, again, 1,900 through a online survey and 100 through a drop-in session that we held in February before the pandemic hit. And so what we learned from this and what the graphic shows, definitely a level of agreement with the rating system. Residents were generally supportive, 81%, with higher support among renters in apartment buildings at 88%. Landlords were less supportive at 37%. And respondents and attendees told staff that they liked the clarity and readability of the signs, as well as the accountability and transparency of the approach put forward by staff. Next slide. So for the past 3 years, we've been doing evaluations based on scores that range in 1 to 5, and it's through 20 categories, and it covers common areas and it's designed to identify lower scoring buildings to target for audit. Where we're going from Q2 of next year to Q1 of 2022 is rebuilding that evaluation tool, making it better reflect maintenance and introducing weighting. And we'll do consultation on this as we continue to improve the evaluation tool and improve this program. Next slide. Stakeholder engagement is critical to this, and that's why in the early part of next year, we'll be working closely with tenant engagement. As you can imagine, we've had to rethink tenant engagement. As a result of COVID, door-to-door engagement with tenants is not recommended at this time by public health. And so we're rethinking how we're doing this, and we're going to have to, be creative and find ways to do this and get this important information out to the tenants. And so we'll be updating our engagement strategy, and we are also hiring a stakeholder engagement lead specifically for this program. We think it's important to round out our team with this expertise, and we've included funds for such in the 2021 budget. Next slide. You'll note in the report, next one. Next slide, please, slide 12. Thank you. So there were additional directives, and you'll note through the report, I think there's 10 of them, 1 through 10, where we respond to other areas around insurance, increased fines, remedial action, and our ability to do it in such a way that recognizes that work needs to get done if in the event that the landlord or the property manager isn't taking the proper care. But we need to be really careful that we're not turning into the property manager ourselves and taking care of these buildings. We need to make the landlords and the property managers accountable. So we also speak in the report to standard operating procedures that we've developed for staff so that we have consistent evaluation and delivery of this service throughout the city. And we also talk about the administrative penalty system and where that's going, a future piece of work. And then we also touch on the use of N2 forms and voluntary tenant contact lists. One more slide, 13. So thank you. Rent Safe TO is a priority for MLS, and staff have completed many important program enhancements in 2020. We've updated the building owner handbook. We've updated our website, including aligning it with the city's rental housing and tenant information portal to provide coordinated information to tenants on their rights, responsibilities, and resources available. And that's essentially a high-level overview of the program. And I'll turn it over back to the committee to hear deputants, and then we'll respond to if there are questions of staff after. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to speakers and then go for questions of staff. First, we have Asquith Allen. Good morning.
Morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Asquith, go ahead. I've set up you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Bilau and committee members. Again, my name is Asquith Allen, Director of Policy at the Federation of Rental Housing Providers of Ontario. We are the largest association for folks who own, manage, build, finance, service, and supply residential rental homes in the province. But I speak to you today more as a Black person living in the city of Toronto in a purpose-built rental unit. And so I do have a pretty substantive issue with the color coding of buildings. Just to remind the committee, city staff recommended against this type of a system to mirror DineSafe back in November of 2019 in a supplemental report. They did note that posting a color-coded sign that is, as the program intends from previous decisions, visible from the outside of a building for residents and passersby, that may cause stigmatization of the tenants who have homes there. And that this type of, in particular, this type of program could disproportionately stigmatize low-income individuals and families. And so I definitely agree with staff's recommendation and their outlining of, the problematic social impacts that a frankly racist type policy like this would create. We will have, I think, scenarios where, Timmy can't necessarily go and play at Jerome's house, because he lives in a red or yellow building. And so those kinds of social impacts, I think, are what committee members and city councillors are partly here to protect against. So there are a lot of other issues with the program and with the item as presented, but I won't get into those, as that's sort of where as a Black person, they're where I have the most of my concerns. And so I'll leave it there and take any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Nope, seeing none. Thanks for joining us today. Next speaker, Aaron Kaplan.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you. The report demonstrates that significant progress has been made over the last year and that the planned activities will add better services for tenants. With respect to signage, we are strongly opposed to the implementation of apartment building rating signs at this time for 3 reasons. First, we have concerns regarding the reliability of the bylaw enforcement apartment building evaluation ratings. The Rent Safe TO report acknowledges that there are issues with the reliability of the valuation scores. Secondly, the report acknowledges that the current evaluation criteria are not a robust interpretation of the lived experience of tenants when it states, quote, staff is in the process of reviewing the evaluation tool used by Rent Safe TO program in order to address issues and better reflect the lived experience of tenants. Third, we are concerned about the complexity of the implementation during the pandemic. The report clearly recognizes the complexity of the implementation of the signage rating system during the pandemic. Quote, the capacity of MLS to undertake this work may be affected by growing COVID-19 infection rates in the city and subsequent response efforts as bylaw enforcement officers play an important role in enforcing provincial orders. For these 3 reasons, we strongly advise against the implementation of the apartment building rating signage at this time. We recognize the importance of moving forward with the evaluation of registered apartment buildings as an effective tool to encourage landlords to continuously improve the lived experience of tenants. There is a solution. The city should reverse the order of the 2-phased implementation of the rating signage system. The development of the online platform for the public to access the evaluation scores should be the first phase of the implementation. Finally, the bylaw currently requires that the evaluation score sheet be posted on the tenant notification board, and evaluation scores are available online through the city's open data portal. We believe this current process within the bylaw meets the immediate needs of all parties until the online application is available. With respect to the expansion of the scope of the apartment building evaluation, the report indicates that staff will work on the expansion of the evaluation categories. We applaud this work. We do have several concerns. Very pleased to hear that there will be consultation. However, there is no work plan for the development of the new MLS system. The report does not provide a deadline for the approval of the expanded evaluation categories. A deadline is critical for the development of the proposed new system that will replace the 20-year-old MLS Legacy Information System, IBMS. Before the new system can be designed, the expanded evaluation categories must be approved by City Council. Assuming an April 2022 implementation date for the new MLS system, there's only 15 months to accomplish both the development and approval of the expanded evaluation categories and the creation of the implementation of the new MLS system. The only way that this very ambitious deadline can be achieved is by having the recommendations for the expanded evaluation categories presented to Planning and Housing Committee by the end of the first quarter of 2021. Otherwise, the system will not be delivered in 2022. With respect to Amendment Section 354-3.7 to clarify the state of good repair plan, there is a need for consultation with landlords and tenants to ensure that the form and manner of the plan conforms with the current practice of landlords and that the content of the plan can be used by tenants in monitoring capital expenditures as well as fighting capital expenditures included in the landlord's AGI submissions. The city should adopt common language usage for the term which describes this activity, which is capital plan, not state of good repair plan, to avoid confusion with landlords and tenants. And finally, with respect to data strategy, as part of the overall Housing TO 2020-2030 implementation plan, Council has called for a data strategy that reviews current data assets. There is no reference in the Rent Safe TO report to a data analysis strategy. The program's response to building infraction inspections, issuance of notices of violations, orders to comply, fines, and undertaking remedial action should be analyzed to provide City Council with an annual performance report with both descriptive statistics as well as measures of the effectiveness of the Rent Safe TO program. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next speaker, Alejandra Ruiz Vargas.
Yes, hi everybody. I hope so you're having a good day. So I come and speak on behalf of ACORN. We are an organization that fights for social change, and we are low income and moderate income people. And today we're coming to speak about the program Rent Safe. So ACORN is fighting for this program since 2004. And for telling you the truth, this was our first campaign because we always had dreamed with a livable and safe rental apartments. But until today, we don't have what we need. And it's not what we want, it's what we need. So we still have people living with rodents, cockroach, bed bugs, mold, only because we don't have yet a licensing working at full capacity. We know that staff at the city have worked hard, but as they stated in last meeting that we had, they are not able to do more because resources during COVID. With all respect, we don't think so. It's only entitled because COVID. We know this coming for since 2004. Even though we are better, we need more. So we conduct a survey of 156 people, and we would like to speak about what conform the people that these 156 people conform. So 1/3 of the respondents reported that they pay rent between $1,000 to $1,400 a month. 30% say that they pay between $4,000 to $1,799 a month, and 13 pay less than $1,000 a month. The annual income of the respondents report that 40% had an income between $10,000 to $20,000 and 40% between $20,000 to $40,000. We asked as well if they lost their job because of their income because COVID. And from these 156 people, 13% lost their income because COVID. From these, 5% they were able to make a repayment with landlords, and 8% they are threatening to be evicted. So I'm going to pass immediately to the demands that ACORN wants. So we want the immediate implementation of a red, yellow, green, because we don't agree with the 4 colors. It's too complicated. So displaying the rating of the building, or the renting, and the rating of the building. The immediate inclusion of unit, windows, water pressure, mold, pest control, and presence of tenants notification board in the building evaluation criteria. The immediate creation of a mechanism that allows a building to have its score lower between evaluations if the standards deteriorate. And by law officers should start to use Part 1 tickets for all properties standards, violations, and buildings, rather than allowing landlords to break the law without penalty. The implementation of an administrative penalty system for property standards violations by June 2021, We need that MLS provides PPE to staff so that they can respond to 311 calls in person. Tenants are having complaints ignored by the city. You cannot have a city for 9 months allowing landlords to do whatever they please. I just still have time.
You have 80 seconds.
Okay, because Paula Fletcher, our city councilor, Paula Fletcher, and MPP Peter Towns, we went with Acorn to 250 Cosburn. And the situation of these tenants is beyond words. I don't know what is worse, if $500 or this building. And we were so happy because we said, well, now finally justice is coming to town, meaning at 250 Cosburn. But we know that our last response, even though Paula, our city councilor Paula has been on it, is that they're waiting for the contractors. So what are we going to tell the people? This is very concerning, and this is why we come today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alejandra. Any questions? Seeing none. Next speaker, Kimball Robinson. Not present. Okay. Bob Murphy. Good morning, Bob. Good afternoon, actually. Is Bob with us? Can you? Members, just give us a second here. We're just trying to connect. Bob? Okay, we'll move to Gordy Dent, and then I'll come back to Bob. Gordy, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yep. We're all good.
Okay,
Go ahead, Gordy.
Hi, my name is Jordy Dent. I'm the Executive Director of the Federation of Metro Tenants Association. I'm here to raise a few concerns about the rent safe program that's being brought today, mainly the change to the color coding system. So first of all, I just want to point out that timelines for rent safe continue to drag. This program was passed in 2016, and we in the tenant community often compare it to the speed of work with the speed of and intensity of cannabis enforcement. So we all know that cannabis shops, when they were breaking the law, MLS brought out big concrete blocks, but we don't see that kind of speed and intensity for landlords breaking the law. So we do hope to see several of the elements of the program passed and finally implemented, but we're still waiting on a number of programs, and it's almost 5 years later. The second, with regards to the changes being promoted today, we have some pretty serious concerns with the rating system, and the main concern involves the changing of evaluation grades to benefit landlords. The new proposal that you'll see creates kind of a new color, light green, and it moves most of the buildings from having a yellow needs improvement grade to a green satisfactory grade. And in our opinion, that runs counter to the whole aim of rent safe. The aim of rent safe has always been this radical idea that landlords ought to follow the law. And having a number of them getting a yellow grade, the whole point of that is that the thought is that they're going to be incentivized to improve their building. They're going to want to try to get that green. But that change, that grade is already changed to a green into a more positive one. It totally removes the incentive for them to get the work done that's needed on repairs. So we urge municipal and standards to keep that incentive, especially right now. Vacancy is up and rents are going down for the first time in a long time. It's finally a renter's market, and renters being able to choose, which building's the best building, and having landlords actually have to pay for the fact they haven't maintained their buildings properly, I think is an important thing I'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I'm going to try to see if Bob Murphy is connected. No? Okay. Alejandro Gonzalez Redon? Not present. Okay. Amy Hodgins? Amy?
Hi
Good
there.
afternoon.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us
Great.
today. Go ahead, Amy.
Great. Hi, so I'm Annie Hodgins, and it's great to be here today to speak with you. So I'm here from the Center for Equality, Rights and Accommodation. We're an organization that's been working to advance the right to housing and rights-based housing policy in Toronto and Ontario for over 30 years. We work directly with tenants across Ontario who face human rights related issues, including lack of access to safe, secure, and well-maintained and healthy housing. And I'm speaking today to share some of the experiences we hear from tenants who are struggling to maintain housing that's habitable. So at CERA, we work directly with tenants experiencing numerous and ongoing concerns with housing that don't meet their basic standards of adequacy and habitability. We routinely hear stories about heating and cooling issues, pests, unsafe and unhealthy conditions in rental units and common areas, maintenance and repair issues, and overall cleanliness. We also hear tenants expressing frustration with the inability to get enforcement of property standards and maintenance requirements, and a general lack of awareness about rent safety and the landlord obligations under the program. Finally, tenants also report to us that they have challenges navigating various complaint systems. So that's something that we hear quite often. In addition, we know that the burden of inadequate and uninhabitable housing is not shared equally among tenants across the city. Over 40% of families living in apartment buildings are low income, and 1 in 10 Toronto tenants live in housing that's in need of major repairs. A recent report from Social Planning Toronto found that the older a building, the more likely it was to need maintenance, repair, and safety and to have repair and safety issues. And so basically the statistic is alarming, as 3/4 of Toronto apartment buildings were built before 1991, and almost half were built before 1971. So more than 500,000 Torontonians live in high-rise apartment buildings that are more than 35 years old. And that sort of, we hear that too in the calls from us, just that people are saying that maintenance is not being kept up in their older buildings. So in light of this, we have some recommendations today. So we support the city in taking steps to implement the apartment building rating system, ABRS, as part of the larger rent safe TO program. Regarding the proposed color-coded sign requirements being considered today, we recommend that the city implement the feedback that was received during public consultations and include clear and prominent language on the signs explaining how tenants can have issues addressed by the city. It's also not enough for tenants to be made aware of the results from audits under ABRS. They should also be provided with opportunities to work with the city to hold their landlords accountable. We're really pleased to see the design of ABRS included opportunities for consultation with tenants, and we urge the city to continue to align the implementation of the system with their commitment to the progressive realization of the right to housing. This would mean to continue meaningfully engaging with tenants across the city during the implementation of the steps that are being recommended today. Ongoing opportunities to participate and lead efforts to monitor and evaluate the ABRS system for tenants directly affected by inadequate and uninhabitable housing should also be established and supported. We recommend the city support ongoing interdivisional and external engagement activities with people with lived expertise, tenant advocacy groups, and legal clinics. And finally, the ongoing implementation of rent-safe TO should be viewed within the larger context of the decades-long adequate and affordable housing crisis. When tenants are faced with limited supply of affordable and adequate housing, they may have no choice but to live in uninhabitable housing. While we support the steps being taken today to protect existing housing, these steps should be part of a larger effort, including intergovernmental and interdivisional efforts to increase access to adequate and affordable housing. So just in general as well, the sooner that this can be done, the better, because we do hear regularly from tenants just about sort of the conditions that they need to live in due to the fact that they can't afford different housing. So thanks very much for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you. Next we have Daniel Kane.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, Danielle. Go ahead. I've set your time.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and the rest of the committee. I want to save a little bit of time. I'll try not to repeat any of my written comments, but I will. I trust that the document's going to be read in its entirety, as the information is a collaboration of myself, a landlord of 15 years, and my partner, Joanne Meslin, DSW, MSW, 20 years plus experience as a social worker. First, it's unfortunate that there has to be a need for a program such as this. With that being said, with overall regulation comes a financial burden that diminishes the available resources that could be better served by being directed right back into the housing stock. Next, the program in itself has the appearance of being authoritative and punitive towards landlords when it's just a small number of landlords who choose not to reinvest. Myself, along with many of the better landlords in the city and management companies, have long-term business plans of continued upgrades to our properties, bringing back greater returns on investment through higher rents, lower maintenance costs. Next, more important, the signage. Unlike the Dine Safe program, we're not dealing with an establishment that has an hourly turnover of clients. Apartments are homes to people, and the front door and the entrance of that lobby is a front door to their home. Many of them not just staying for a couple to a few years, many start their lives here, raise their families, grow old, pass on in the same building, if not the same suite. Having been in management for over 15 years, I've seen this personally. Just this past spring, a tenant of more than 20 years passed. Knowing of his personal health issues, a couple of concerned tenants in the building asked that I conduct a health check. I found him deceased. This is not something that would happen in a restaurant or a retail setting. Besides the residents and their guests, one would not expect to see members of the general public even venturing onto the property. With what is already in place with evaluations, the signage at the front entrance will not serve any good for the existing tenants. As for new prospective tenants, it would be better served if they were given a copy of the evaluation with their application upon request. Since rent logic is being used as a template, maybe the city should be looking, just like their system is, not governed by a municipal government, but rather by a private enterprise, by offering assistive and honest ways of bettering the rental housing stock, offering listing services, honestly promoting the rental industry in the city. I'm afraid that if the city continues down the path of draconianism in the rental housing, there will be little reason for us to continue with purpose-built rentals. Do we really want to have nothing but overpriced condos for housing for our residents? Last comment, I didn't receive an email or a notice regarding this meeting today. However, my partner did, and I'm just curious as to why I was not included on the mailing list this time around. In closing, to respond to a response from many of my tenants who I solicited their opinion on a rating system, I'll save on the fancy words that they used. Why do we need more signs in the front window? It's starting to look pretty trashy already. I think that's about all I have to say. Open for any questions.
Thank you, Danielle. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, we have Joni Vella. Johnny?
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to speak today, and members of the committee. My name is Johnny Vella. I have been a landlord in Toronto for the last 30 years, and I carry out my daily work around my properties with a great deal of enthusiasm and care. I own several apartment buildings in the GTA. I would like to share my concerns and reasons for objecting to item PH 19.6 regarding the proposal of the color-coded rating system for apartment buildings, because I feel primarily, and amongst other things, that it is extremely discriminatory and stigmatizes landlords and tenants alike, and will bring division and discord among all parties involved. My understanding of the Rent Safe TO program was introduced to safeguard the integrity and upkeep of apartment buildings in the City of Toronto, and to further ensure that tenants do live in a safe and current environment in the premises they rent. This program definitely plays an important role in ensuring the upkeep and integrity of the rental housing stock in our city and to hold irresponsible landlords accountable. This program was introduced despite the fact that the Licensing and Standards Office already played this vital role in our city with fees and penalties levied on landlords who do not comply. I follow carefully the Rent Safe TO program with particular interest on how our buildings are rated through a percentage point system following annual inspection. There is no doubt that the evaluations are highly subjective. They rely on observations of an inspector who visits the building once every 2 or 3 years, depending on the previous year's inspection percentage grade. The rating system, in my opinion, is flawed because inspectors are not engaged in the daily operations of the buildings, and they are not privy to daily problems landlords face, whether it be problematic tenants, for example, who disrespect the building, or ongoing costly maintenance repairs to replacement of equipment. My point is that it is grossly unjust that an inspector can rate a building on a mere snapshot of a 30-minute walkthrough and evaluate a building judge on what he observes on a one-time visit with no regard to what landlord deals with over a 12 or 24-month period. Multi-residential buildings have a life of their own. The condition of a building can change from one day to the next when you least expect it and may very well be dependent on the tenant profile itself. This is the nature by which landlords deal with. 1 year in 2012, my entire roof in one of my buildings had to be replaced in the month of July of all months, after heavy winds and a rainstorm that followed, all in a 24-hour period and at a cost of $52,000, not to mention the internal damage caused to the interior of the apartments on the top floor. Another case in point is 1.5 years ago, I painted the buildings from basement all the way to the top floor, including all stairwells. Tenants go up and down the stairs carrying their bikes, moving furniture in and out with little regard to the painted walls. This year, the inspector commented on the scrubbed walls and that they needed painting. He eased off after I told him we had just painted less than 18 months ago. Another matter I had to contend with last year was cleanliness. The majority of tenants in one of my buildings own pets, especially dogs, and many of them hire dog walkers to come and walk their dogs at least once a day, and in some cases even twice. The dog walkers were given access to the building by the pet owners, and they would walk in with several other dogs, leaving a mess from the entrance door all the way through the hallways. One can only imagine the mess left behind during the winter snowy months. Should the landlord be held accountable and furthermore penalized for the constant mess, scruffed walls, or unexpected damages? The Rent Safe TO program does not take into consideration the lifestyles that some tenants live. Rent Safe now wants to add an additional rating system on top of the percentage point system by forcing property owners to post this proposed color coding grading certificate at main entrances for both the public and tenants to see, all in the name of transparency and to add further pressure on landlords to ensure the upkeep of their buildings. These measures are already in place, and the current updated system works. The Planning and Housing Committee offered no evidence of non-compliance on the part of landlords, except in the case of some irresponsible landlords, which are a minority. It is disconcerting to mention the least that those proposing this color-coded system seem to take lightly the issue of how this system could possibly stigmatize and furthermore profile tenants living in a particular location and further discriminate and racially profile tenants of a particular race or color if in the event a red or yellow tag is issued and for all the public to see. How will landlords or tenants cope with the possible shaming of their property when individuals intentionally and at times maliciously shame property owners or tenants online based on the color code issued? This color coding system is shameful and discriminatory, and the city licensing standards, the Rent Safe TO, and the LTA program already have more than enough effective mechanisms in place to ensure that both the upkeep of apartment buildings and tenants' rights are safeguarded. As a proud property owner, I do my best to keep my buildings clean and safe on a daily basis.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to
But I
have to ask you
cannot
to wrap up. You're well above your 5 minutes. So
Sure, I will.
thank
Yes,
you.
I cannot police or... If I may close, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yes, in addition to all of the above, it is becoming increasingly difficult for insurance brokers to find insurance companies that are willing to insure apartment buildings. Insurance companies are distancing themselves from insuring apartment
Thank you,
buildings.
Johnny.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you very
members
much
of the
for your time.
committee that have questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Johnny, thank you for joining us today. Going to have to move to
Thank
the
you for your
next.
time.
Thank you. Next speaker, Daryl Chung.
Madam Chair, it's Councillor Fletcher. I have an appointment at 12:30, and I'm going to sign off now, and I'll be back on at 1:30 with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Daryl. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Daryl.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Bilal and members of the committee. Thank you for having me today. I want to start with a question. I want to know why you want to categorize people's homes using colors and numbers. Last year in October, staff report said buildings scored an average of 12% higher in the second year versus the first year of evaluations. And in the current year, or the current data says 88% of the buildings are now satisfactory or better. Yes, there's still 30 buildings that have failed. That's still too many. The city staff said they have a plan for that. But since the program began, there's been annual improvement, which is the goal of the program. The results aren't perfect, but there's nothing to suggest that things are sliding backwards. And staff reports and actual data clearly shown that things are getting better each year. It's worth highlighting that staff do not recommend a color-coded rating system. They've said this numerous times in recent reports. Last October, 2019, report 10.4 of this committee, the executive director recommended that they require landlords to display a copy of the building evaluation results on the tenant notification board. And the same report says they do not recommend a color coding system. They say that would create confusion, that could disproportionately stigmatize low-income families. There's a lot of different reasons. But at that meeting in just October of 2019, the committee sent staff back to create a supplementary report, which they did. And that sub report 10.4A went directly to the city council without stopping here first for discussion or deputations. And I think many members of council may have missed it, unfortunately. Lots of paper, especially day of. And the supplementary report reiterated that staff did not recommend an evaluation system like DineSafe. It lists some of their considerations and challenges, that red and yellow may be confusing. And most importantly, the staff report states, and I'm going to read directly from it, posting a color-coded sign that is visible from the outside of a building may cause stigmatization of the tenants who have homes there. This type of program could disproportionately stigmatize low-income individuals and families, right? And that's a direct quote. And now they're back as directed with a system similar to DineSafe. But comparing a home to choosing where you spend your disposable income on a quick meal are two completely different things. Moving your home is not as easy as selecting a different fast food joint. And for many, the people that you especially want to help, moving is not even an option. So the direction to color code people's homes by displaying the evaluation score of the apartment building near the entrance and in a prominent location visible from the outside of the building to those entering or passing by. Passing by. So I wonder what this is for. What's the purpose of being visible from the street for those passing by? Is it so all the neighbors, school friends, commuters on the bus can draw their attention to the color? Can see the residents and their children entering and exiting their color-coded home? What does this accomplish aside from making these residents feel bad? Another stress every time you come home or leave. A new stress on top of all the current stresses. No one needs more stress, especially now. Staff did comment that maybe this could help prospective tenants make a consumer choice. But housing is a large ticket item, and I think consumers will do their own homework. This is not a hotel star rating program for a weekend stay. Many new tenants move into our buildings because their friends or families already live there and they refer them. You do know that staff inserted a recommendation to require the owners and operators to ensure the rating sign is well maintained, secured, and posted at all times. This is because city staff, especially the frontline staff with boots on the ground, know the signs are going to be removed by offended residents. This is offensive to residents. And this will create a wedge every time the owner complies with the bylaw to fix and replace the sign that the offended resident will then remove again, on and on. Staff did hold consultations in early 2020, but the questions were largely framed around how to implement a labeling system, colors, ranges, sign designs, but not whether or not it was a really good idea. If the annual statistics were included and broader questions asked, the answers probably would have been different. And nothing about this encourages the building of much needed new rental housing, which is critical to meet the need. And as most of our rental stock is about a half a century old now. And by the way, getting a year older every year. But back to my opening question as to why. Labeling and categorizing someone's home or any aspect of their life with a color system is wrong. It's a terrible idea. The staff report that they're working on modifying the evaluation process. Perhaps that's the better opportunity to improve the low-scoring buildings in a meaningful way. So I respectfully suggest that you wait and see how the updated evaluation process works and to gauge it to see if there's continuous improvement as there has been over the last few years before considering anything else, especially if that anything else includes throwing a lot of people under a bus. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. And we will break for lunch. We'll see everybody back at 1:30 to continue with this item. Thank you, members. Good. Okay. Welcome back, members of the committee, public that are watching us on YouTube, and speakers. So I understand that Kimba Robinson has joined us, so I'm going to ask her to turn on her mic, and you should be able to speak. Good afternoon, Kimba. Kimba, can you hear me?
Hello?
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead.
So, my name is Vincent. I'm the chairperson of the West chapter of ACORN. And I would just appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak on the matter of rent safe. ACORN has been fighting for this for a very long time now, and we're just finding it incredible that we still fighting for this today. So Rent Safe was fashioned after the kind of program that already exists, and we just want to keep it that simple. And the city must attach monetary penalty to a property when any landlord is in violation of any of these listed bylaws in this program. Without the monetary penalty, we believe incentive for these landlords to do the right thing. And keep in mind that we know that there are good landlords out there, and if you're a good landlord, you have nothing to fear from this rent safe program. This rent safe program is for ones who are not doing what they're supposed to do to provide a safe and livable environment for their tenants. Half of Toronto's population live in apartment buildings and deserve the same protection and care as the other half. We need in-unit inspections. Do not live in common areas. That's where most of the times the landlords would do the repairs, and inspectors come around. If everything looks nice and clean and livable, they'll get a pass. We don't think that's fair. We need in-unit inspectors for pests, proper heating and proper ventilation, working appliances, fridge, stove, and windows and doors properly secure, and especially during the winter, so that the winter air doesn't get in. Buildings that fall in the red zone program should be fined upon the grading system completion of the inspection, and if by the evaluation they're in compliance, then they will be graded accordingly. For buildings that fall in the red zone, it should not take the city three or more years to revisit the building. A revisit should be done after 1 year, because the landlord can be stubborn and leave the building in a way that it is, and in 3 years start the repairs. And when the inspector comes, they can say, "Well, look, we're trying to do the repairs, whereas for the past 3 years they haven't been doing anything," and we don't think that's fair. There are too many loopholes that the landlords can use to get away with their disadvantage against tenants, and that can further frustrate tenants even more. There needs to be better awareness of this program. Tenants need to know where they can turn for help to report problems they are experiencing, and an easy and to understand system. We also feel that, 1 second, please. Tenant engagement evaluations should be know in advance when the building is being evaluated, and bylaw officers should go through every floor and knock on every door to make sure tenants of the rent program and allow tenants to register complaints in person. There should be standardized operating procedures for rent safe. All property standard violations should be treated the same way, regardless of who the landlord is and who the tenant is. Clear guidelines that are transparent and available to the public when Part 1 tickets be issued in order to rebuild trust with and community. Standardized criteria for when remedial action will be undertaken by the city that is transparent and available to the public. The city should be using all tools and powers at its disposal to help landlords hold landlords accountable, ensure apartment standards are up to code. The per unit covers the cost of rent to be tied to inflation, and funding to increase to allow doubling the amount of property inspectors in the rent safe program. Rent safe collects information of the amount of rent paid in the building, better target enforcement of property standards for apartments. Tenants are most at risk of illegal eviction. Also, that landlords should be required to provide the details of the actual property owner to register with RentSafe. This information is provided to the currently only collects property building management, and it's important that we know who the building owners are so that we can go after them. Because the property managers are just like basically like the rest of us. They're just doing their jobs. They can't change the rules and they can't bend them. They can't enforce the rules that they're being paid to, the job that they're paid to do. So we urge the city to take into the actions that is asking for and the care, need, and the change that tenants demand in Toronto. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thanks for joining us today. Next, joining us is Jonathan Robert. Jonathan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And thanks for giving me the time to speak this afternoon. Excuse me. I'm here on behalf of the Right to Housing in Toronto. We're a network of organizations and individuals working to support the implementation of the human right to housing by the City of Toronto. And the right to housing includes the principle of habitability. And that means that housing needs to be safe, secure, in good repair, free of physical and health hazards, and provides a healthy environment in which to thrive. So we're pleased to see the city continue to move forward on implementing the apartment building rating system and its accompanying components, and that includes the color-coded rating signs. Tenants across Toronto have been waiting far too long for the fully implemented Rent Safe TO program, and so we urge members of this committee to adopt and implement the recommendations under consideration today without further delay. We're also speaking today to urge the city to view the proposed recommendations today through an equity lens, and in light of larger issues relating to the protection and development of affordable and adequate housing. So taking steps to ensure housing is safe, secure, and well-maintained is very important, but it can't be separated from larger efforts to secure affordable and adequate housing for tenants across the city. So once tenants have been forced to vacate units due to uninhabitable conditions, these apartments represent a loss of existing affordable rental housing due to vacancy decontrol, which allows landlords to raise rent by an unlimited amount when a tenant vacates an apartment. And so while increased enforcement and accountability measures relating to safety, maintenance, and disrepair issues are worthy endeavors and worthy steps, these measures alone can't ensure the protection of existing adequate housing and prevent displacement of tenants. In addition to the above, we urge the city to adopt an equity lens when considering efforts to enforce maintenance standards and hold landlords accountable for providing habitable and adequate housing. The burden of inadequate and uninhabitable housing is not shared equally among tenants across the city. Over 40% of families live in apartment buildings, are low income, and 1 in 10 Toronto tenants live in housing in need of major repairs. So we know that better data and information is needed to fully understand the extent of housing inequity across Toronto, and especially understanding which communities are carrying the burden of living in unsafe and uninhabitable homes. So we urge members of this committee to adopt the recommendations today that encourage interdivisional and external engagement efforts and further explore ways to incorporate data collection efforts as part of the larger Rent Safe TO program and the larger data sharing priorities that have been spoken about at this committee and others. It's our understanding that recently municipal licensing and standards have added data analysts to their team. And so going forward, we recommend members of this committee explore ways to make use of these new team members and incorporate data collection and analysis efforts into the proposed 2021 Rent Safe TO engagement strategy. And so we hope this data can be used to better assist the city with an equitable response to the issue of habitable housing among the most affected communities. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions? Seeing none. Next speaker, Helen Chillis. Good afternoon, Helen.
Hello.
Hi, Helen.
Yes, good afternoon. Hi there. Good afternoon. My name is Helen Chillis, and I'm with the 1501 Woodbine Tenants Group. I'm also a member of the City of Toronto Public Advisory Group on Affordable Housing, and formerly with ECOSOC, the United Nations Economic and Social Council with special consultative status. Today, I'm speaking on the proposal to move forward with a color-coded system displaying the evaluation score of apartment buildings on the surface is a great idea, but I can say as a tenant, this does not stigmatize tenants as claimed by the industry. If a building is up to code, then there is no issue with a color-coded rating system posted on the front doors of any apartment building. Perhaps the stigmatization referred to by the industry is not based on their customers' concerns, the tenants, but perhaps more about their business interests and financial concerns with regards to renting to future tenants. Now, further to the color-coded system proposed, as a tenant, I fully support the proposed signage, but only when the ongoing problems with the rent safe program are first addressed, and only when the ongoing rent safe evaluation process is fully rectified and fully fixed. And then that would be the time to implement the color-coded system that's been proposed. In addition, this system provides far too much leniency as proposed for building owners and management companies who perpetually do not maintain and repair their buildings as required by law. A 51% passing grade is contradictory to building codes and in direct violation of Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 629, Property Standards, Article 3, General Duties and Obligations, Section 4, Compliance Required. No person shall use, occupy, permit the use, or occupancy of, rent, or offer to rent any property that does not conform with the standards prescribed in this chapter. Thus, the evaluation system currently in place at a 51% passing needs to be immediately adjusted to reflect current city bylaws. The issue with regards to the appeal of decisions. Everyone does have the right to appeal any decision made by authorities, such as an application to reevaluate an apartment building evaluation is a welcomed addition. And I'm certain that the industry is probably happy to hear this. However, tenants, again, are once again excluded from their rights to appeal. What if a building's conditions are not congruent with tenants' lived experiences? How are tenants going to be able to contest the MLS's building's evaluation? Or tenants also expect to pay an exuberant application fee of $316.06, just like the landlord. Further public consultation and economic fairness is required prior to moving forward on this item. The state of good repair plan. Now, for each apartment building must be developed and maintained. That is part of the apartment building bylaw. However, our tenant group has been requesting a copy of the good state of repair plan since the rollout of the Rent Safe program back in 2017. To date, we still have not been provided a copy. Only a title page has been posted on the tenant board as a guide to compliance. Only one of the 11 required items as listed in the City Chapter 354 apartment buildings are included in this title page as found on our tenant board. But nothing is being done about this. This does not qualify nor meet any professional standards of a state of good repair plan. The city must find better solutions, such as requesting property owners to file their building state of good repair plan directly with the city as part of the registration process. This information can then be readily available to tenants, perhaps even online, and to avoid when landlords such as ours refuses to comply. Also, an amendment is immediately required. Currently, the apartment buildings bylaw states the state of good repair plan that an owner or operator shall provide a copy of the state of good repair plan to any tenant or prospective tenant within 60 days of receiving the request. The 60-day timeline must be stricken and replaced with upon request. Now, adding a provision that the mailing address, email address, and phone number provided to MLS through the registration and renewal process is up to date at all times must not only include the property management company, but also include the property owner's contact information who has the direct duty of care. The property owner's contact information should also be included on all tenant boards in all apartment buildings. As consumers, tenants have the right to know and have access to the property owners without secrecy and red tape, also known as property management companies. There's another issue, hiring a third party to support the development of new evaluation tool.
Helen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, okay?
Okay, so the city is facing a budgetary shortfall like no other during this virus, and now MLS is proposing a third party. I think we can do better with our property taxes.
Thank you, Helen.
I had more to say, but anyways, yes.
Thank you
so much, but there's a lot of problems, and rather than wasting our tax dollars on consultants.
Thank you, Helen. I'm going to ask any of the committee members if they have any questions. Any of the committee members that have questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Helen. Last speaker on this item is Jonathan Krem. Good afternoon.
Hello. Afternoon, Madam Chairperson and three members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You may start.
Good. Okay, good. My name is Jonathan Krem. I'm one of the owners of the Ocean Development Limited. We've been involved as family-owned rental housing business. We manage about 2,300 apartments and 40 properties in Toronto and have done since the mid-1950s. I want to speak today about unintended consequences of policy and systemic effects, specifically systemic discrimination that I believe is an ongoing problem with the City of Toronto's housing policies. The first thing that you have done for 3 generations now is rental housing, purpose-built rental housing built before, I can't remember the cutoff date, I believe it's 1991, is discriminated against by way of assessment. You currently tax rental housing, purpose-built buildings, older apartment buildings, and rental housing at a rate more than double per assessed dollars what you do for single-family owned, be it condominium or single-family housing. This, in effect, is a subsidy system of the poor subsidizing the well-to-do in the City of Toronto. I understand fully the political problems in correcting these inequities, but that is the most basic bit of policies that we in the environment that we're in. The planning policies over a long period of time have tended to ghettoize the poor in but now it's in other suburbs, and again, parts of the city where have the poorest housing in it, have the least infrastructure, and there is a reluctance to rezone areas to allow more housing in more well-to-do parts of town. The proposed rating system, this has little effect on me. Our buildings are all green buildings. I don't care. It's not a personal matter. But what you're doing in stigmatizing those in the poorest parts of town, the biggest, I'm not sure it's the biggest, but the Toronto Housing Corporation's buildings, 2 of them fall in the red category, and another 3 are below 52%. So it seems on the surface that the biggest offender in terms of poor or problematic rental housing is the City of Toronto. And they're, again, putting this in, we are in a very diverse environment. City of Toronto is a far more, thankfully, diverse place than it was a generation or two ago. When I grew up in this town, when I was a child growing up in this town in the 1950s, we just got over being a nasty orangeman's town. Those days, thankfully, are long gone. But in this, we've got to make sure that what we do does not stigmatize those in poor areas and in poor rental housing. So I would just suggest that you should take into account the overall impact of the whole set of housing policies. And if you really want to help the poorest in rental housing, you should do something about the assessment class and the discrimination against rental housing that is inherent in your property tax assessment class systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, there is one speaker that has joined, Alejandro Gonzalez Redon. I had called his name, and at that time he wasn't connected, but I believe he is now connected. Alejandro, you just need to connect your mic, and you'll be able to speak. Good afternoon, Alejandro. You haven't connected your mic yet, so if you could do that. No, it seems like we're not able to connect with Alejandro, so that concludes the list of speakers on this item. We're now moving into questions of staff. Councillor McKelvey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is about the color coding, and we did hear people comment on the potential for there to be, could speak to it.
Councillor McKelvey, you're going to have to repeat your question.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Just
okay. My question.
Councillor McKelvey, can you try to turn off your video to see if it helps? Councillor McKelvey, if you could turn off your video, I think it might help.
Was to
Councillor McKelvey, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. And if you can start over, that'd be great.
Apologies, I think I was having Wi-Fi problems. So my question was to city staff, and I was just wondering if you could speak to the color coding and if that has the potential to create stigma, or how you think that you could overcome that issue. It was flagged by several of the deputants.
So thank you for the question. Yeah, we've reported on this item several times, and in the end, we were directed to come up with the system that followed DineSafe. It's not the same as DineSafe, but we're trying our best to align it to it because people do recognize it. We have heard from tenants that red is a problem. We heard from the first deputant, a black deputant, that it was a problem. It's something that we've tried to introduce a number of other pieces around it, not just color, but words and numbers and scores and comments, which try to tell the entire picture.
At this time, though, is your recommendation to proceed with the green, yellow, and red?
Our proposal includes 4 colors, which align with our evaluation tool. We couldn't make it work with the 3 colors, so we felt it was It needed some nuances, and we went with 2 greens, a yellow and a red.
So by moving to this color coding system, though, will you be monitoring that to see if landlords are coming into compliance faster, like if it's actually a solution that you want in solving the problem that you're trying to solve?
Yeah, the problem we're trying to solve is that landlords take the necessary steps to have plans in place and do the necessary repairs, do the necessary cleaning, do what's needed to keep their building at the level that it should be. The program's objective is quality of housing, and we want all buildings to move towards green. And this may be a valid, a viable way to get us there.
And then my last question is around resourcing. And do you feel that you have enough resourcing so that if there was a building that was red and they're saying that they think they could move into green, do you have enough resourcing that you could get out there quickly and evaluate it to have it moved as quickly as possible? So that would be, better for the stigma of those living in the building if the conditions did indeed improve?
So the short answer is no, we don't have enough. What we need to do is be focusing on the buildings that are the worst buildings and bringing them into compliance. We have limited resources to do this, and we don't want to be running around making sure, changing signs from red to yellow, yellow to green. We need to spend our time inspecting buildings, evaluating buildings, auditing buildings, providing them notices of what they need to fix and make sure they're fixing it. If we're spending all our time switching signs, I don't think that will be successful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you, and through you to staff. With respect to the Rent Safe program today, you are obviously in the division is tracking the number of service requests, the type of service inquiries that are coming in, whether or not investigation ensues, what is the course of remedy, issues with respect to orders that are issued, and then of course maybe having to ultimately get to court to challenge a landlord that is not in compliance to bring a building into order. Do you have that information, and is it being tracked properly, and is it up to date within MLS?
I would say yes. We track the number of service requests we get related to properties, be it maintenance, be it long grass and weeds, be it property standards. We track that. We've been having challenges with our service levels, recognizing the challenges that we're having during COVID, but it is something that we do. 90% of our orders, notices have been complied with.
Great, thank you. And with respect to the timeline between the complaint that comes in to when MLS is able to go out to speak to a property owner or to physically be on site to inspect and do a physical check, you are also tracking that information, right? So the time that it takes to resolve a matter.
That is correct. For something that is emergency, we try to get out there within 24 hours. If it's non-emergency, it's within 5 days. So yes, that is something that we collect, we track, we monitor, and continue to improve, try to improve.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very interested in seeing what that information looks like. So I'll be placing a motion very shortly, just asking you to report to the December City Council meeting with some of that information, because I think in order for us to have a clearer picture of how effective Rent Safe is today, we need to know how has it been operating, and is the program as we originally designed able to sort of meet its goals, and I think that would be helpful. So just following up on that, I'm just going to ask this in the form of a question. You mentioned earlier that you didn't necessarily have the resources to do as much as you'd like. Can you be more specific about what type of resources you are lacking, and what do you want those resources, once you have them, to do, and how is that going to change the outcome that we're seeing?
So what I was referring to, and thank you for the question, I want to make sure that our resources are being used appropriately to do evaluations and audits, not running around changing placards and signs. So I think we all agree on that. We are down in the overall program 10 vacancies, 8 of which are officers. And with retirements, with transfers, with people leaving for other promotions, for other careers, this group has been reduced. And we have a posting out right now that went out November 27th. It closes December 11th. We are looking to hire an additional 20 officers. Those first eight will go to this program. We realize that this program needs to have the resources to meet the timelines and to meet the demands and to meet our commitment to making this program improve the quality of housing for rental apartment buildings.
So when you have those 8 additional officers coming back, and once they're on the payroll and trained and deployed for duty, will that be enough to cover the work plan and the scope of work that the report here is suggesting, or do you need more?
I think it's a good number. I think we're at 28 officers for 3,500 buildings, and if we prioritize and how we're doing our work, I think it is a good number. We may need more in future years moving forward. It's hard to speculate again, but I think once this group is at full capacity, we should be fine.
28 officers for 3,500 buildings. How long does it take for one officer to complete the building assessment so that he or she can complete that rent safe evaluation? Is it a half-day exercise? Is it a 2-hour exercise? What does that look like?
I'll ask my colleague Elizabeth Glibbery to comment on that. She's more knowledgeable on the exact amount of time that takes, and depending on the size of the building.
Good afternoon, Councillor, through the chair. It usually takes about a half a day for an evaluation to occur, and that's with 2 officers, and that's a mid-sized building, bearing in mind they're only doing common areas. Going forward, though, the evaluation we anticipate is going to get a little bit more rigorous with the new evaluation tool, so it may increase the amount of time it's going to take to do an evaluation.
Thank you. I'm running out of time, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillors? Nope. Okay, speakers? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Thank you very much. And I do have a motion, and the staff can put that on the screen. The motion is largely asking the staff here to report to the December City Council meeting with some additional information. I hinted to it in my remarks, with my question to staff. I really want to know exactly how is Rent Safe working based on the time that we launched it. And I know that staff are ironing out the kinks. But in order for us to really be able to properly put a building coded approval system to the matter, I think we need to understand, is the Rent Safe program meeting the needs of renters today in Toronto? And I heard that there were some concerns about whether or not the program was going to perhaps stigmatize particular communities, particular buildings. How do you ensure that program sits with the responsibility of the landlord and the property owner and the building manager, and not necessarily with the tenants themselves, who actually have very little power and control how their building is operated, how it's managed. And I think that before we head down the road of fully endorsing the program, which is the color-coded system, I think we should probably take a look at how is Rent Safe working today. And I'm just worried, based on the comments provided by Mr. Grant, that we are not resourcing MLS with enough staff deployment. It takes 2 officers, bylaw officers, to go and inspect one mid-sized building. They can do in a half a day. With a team of 28 divided by 2, add that into teams of 2, you've got 14 teams scouring the city. That takes about half a day to do that work. would be very surprised if we can actually get to every single service call, every single complaint that is coming in a timely fashion. And to that effect, what I've heard within residents who live in my communities in the downtown core is that the rent safe program is spectacular in theory, but the results have been not as enthusiastically received so far. And part of the mystery for them is they never know, this is according to tenants, they never know whether or not their concerns have actually been properly logged, what the investigation follow-up looks like, how does it come back to them with respect to a course of action that's being taken by the property manager or owner of the building to remedy the original complaint. So either the staff are doing a good job of answering the phone, but not a great job of investigation and doing follow-up communication with the original person who brought that concern to their attention. I'm not sure what the challenge is, but what I am confident of is that there seems to be enough tenants out there who we have communicated to them. When we created this program, the first of its kind in Canada, Rent Safe was going to make their buildings safer. We were going to be able to find a way to properly evaluate these buildings, show them how the work is being done, to demonstrate to them that we care about their safety. We are concerned about the maintenance of their buildings, and this is how we're going to do it through a structured, programmatic tool that will allow both the city to protect them, but also so that they know how it's being carried out, and also even to give in some clarity to the building owners. But what I haven't necessarily seen is how satisfied people are with the outcome. And some of the tenants that I've spoken to are suggesting that it needs to be, some have said it needs to be completely remade. I'm not there yet. Some have said it really needs to be an overhaul correction right now before we go any further. And that's what I hope my motion will do, is to allow us to really take a look at all the data sets, because we need to see that so we can understand what's working, what hasn't worked, how many calls have come in, how long does it take for us to remedy them, and if we're not able to remedy it quickly, what is the reason why, how many orders have been issued, how many orders had to go to court. And given the number of buildings that we have in the city of Toronto and some of the bad landlords that I'm aware of, very seldom do we ever go to court. And sometimes the rules of compelling them to do the right things, we told them that we're going to put a color-coded sticker on their front door, may not be strong enough. And I just want to be able to see that information when it comes back in the December council meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just one question. Are you moving then the report without recommendations so you can get this data? Is that the intention, or?
I mean, I would be happy to do that as well. I'm hoping that we can actually have more information by the time we get to City Council, but I wasn't necessarily married to not moving the recommendations.
Okay.
If somebody wants to move the recommendations, they can, but I'm simply moving my motion at this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you. Any other speakers? Sorry, I'm getting Councillor McKelvey.
I share the thought that we need more information on this important topic. We need to be putting the pressure on the landlords to fix the buildings, to do the repairs, to bring things into a proper state for people to live in there. And I do worry that a color coding sign on the way into a building hurts the residents more than it may hurt the landlord, or encourage the landlord to make those changes. So I do welcome more information on this. And I know that this has been a long time coming and we're still giving lots of thought to this issue, but it is really important. And just personally, like I can speak to that. I'm pretty sure the building I grew up in would have a red sign on it. And yet I had, friends that lived in, very wealthy neighborhoods as well that weren't too far away. And so the thought that, children might not be allowed to visit over at friends' homes, or that there would be judgment around where you live, that's not helping the residents in those buildings. So I think we do need to keep giving some more thought to this, and really focus down on what is the problem that we are trying to solve. And the problem that we are trying to solve is is the state of some of these buildings that people are living in that need a huge number of repairs. So I welcome more information, and I think it's important that we are all giving this more continued thought.
Thank you, Councillor. Other speakers on the item? No? Nobody else wants to speak? Okay. I will just say a few words. I do welcome also more information. I do have some concerns, also particularly with something that the staff put in front of us, which is the rating system coming into June 1st, but at the same time, we're still changing the criteria for that rating. So I have concerns how that goalpost is changing, and tenants are not aware of what it is, and landlords are not fully aware of what it is. So what exactly does this rating mean? So I'm looking forward to look at the information that Councillor Wong Tam posted, but I do have some concerns with the report, the way that it is positioned for us. I think that everybody agrees here that the end result that we all want is better buildings for the tenants. And I think everybody, or at least I do, and I hear from some of my colleagues that we have certain concerns that everything that we have in front of us is really attaining that. With that said, I think that probably there's going to be a lot of talk and a lot of work done from here to council on this report and after we receive some further information on this. So with that said, on Councillor Wong Tam's motions. All those in favor? I cannot see the screen. There we go. That carries. On the report, all those in favor? That carries. Okay. Item 18.8, 2021 work plan on the preservation of affordable rental housing. We have speakers. Aaron Kaplan. Aaron?
Hello. Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. We're very pleased to note the creation of the Tenant Advisory Committee. We wish to add a note of caution. The Tenant Advisory Committee cannot be treated as a check mark for submissions going forward to the Planning and Housing Committee, where last-minute submissions are presented or not presented to the Tenant Advisory Committee. The Tenant Advisory Committee must be understood and treated as a partnership entity where draft concepts are presented for fulsome discussion. The Tenant Advisory Committee must be embedded as a city process where there is a sharing of draft documents, not documents that have been approved for release to the public. It is worth noting that the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 162, Notice Public, does not restrict the city from providing draft documents to advisory committees established by the city. Tenants who have presented deputations to various city committees have consistently observed that it's extremely difficult to modify concepts or introduce new concepts once a staff report is on the committee agenda. The train has left the station. We need a clear commitment from all city divisions developing renter-related services, policies, programs, or consultations will, without exception, consult with the Tenant Advisory Committee. We are aware that not all of the items included in the past agendas of Planning and Housing Committee would have been relevant for consideration by the proposed Tenant Advisory Committee. City staff should be directed to review the Planning and Housing Committee's agenda items for the past year and develop a conceptual framework for the type of items that will be directed to the Tenant Advisory Committee. The conceptual framework will provide staff with a clear directive of which type of items need to be presented to the Tenant Advisory Committee for consultation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions Seeing none. Next speaker, Helen Chillis.
Yes, hello again. My name is Helen Chillis, and I'm with the 1501 Woodline Tenants Group. And also for full disclosure and transparency, I'm also, a member of the City of Toronto Public Advisory Group on Affordable Housing. Much good work was accomplished with our committee, but clearly it is time to enhance the public's work on tenant rights with the new Tenant Advisory Committee. I fully concur and endorse the statement made by one of my committee members, Erin Kaplan, just a few moments ago. A few things moving forward. The new Tenant Advisory Committee must be included in all steps of the decision-making process, including approval of committee statements. I find myself confounded how a statement was made on behalf of, now our former public advisory group on housing without a final sign-off. I've checked and rechecked my email and can't seem to find anything to that effect. Although the statement was made on the committee members' behalf, it does reflect our recommendations. I was only made aware of this document after its public release on the city website in conjunction with today's Planning and Housing Committee meeting. Obviously, it's what I'm seeing as a human oversight, but hopefully this will be a thing of the past, and the new Tenant Advisory Committee will be provided all documents in a timely fashion to enable fruitful discussion and proactive recommendations moving forward. On a final note, and I've just done a quick search on the City of Toronto website, and I'm not able to find anything, the Housing Secretariat is to issue a call for members by the end of the fourth quarter of 2020. Perhaps it's somewhere on the city website. I can't find it, but today is December the 8th. I'd like to know exactly when the call for members will be issued to the general public. Our committee, the Public Advisory Committee on Affordable Housing, was asked who would like to continue with the new Tenant Advisory Committee. However, I think perhaps it's important that the public be advised of availability and seats, so that the new committee may begin its work starting January 2021. Time is of the essence, and I do thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Helen. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. Questions of staff?
Just ask a couple of questions, please.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Sure. I just wondered, and I think Ms. Hamley might be answering these questions, could you just outline a little bit about how you would put together the Tenant Advisory Committee once, assuming City Council approves all of this?
The Chair.
Hi, Ms. Bond. Hi.
Oh, hi. Hi. Through the Chair, yes, once Council has, or should Council approve this next week, then we will initiate the call. We will be leaving that open until at least the end of January to give both the current committee members and members of the public sufficient time to respond. So we know that we want to move quickly to get that work plan and get the work set up for next year, but it's also important that we get the right representation. So following subject to this approval, we will have make time in January to give people the opportunity to respond. And so we haven't initiated that yet because it's still subject to council approval.
So this will be a formal Tenant Advisory Committee to the City of Toronto for all of your work on housing.
Yeah, there are many groups at the city who are working on housing issues. We just had a very interesting item previous to this one. And so this advisory committee will be very valuable in our work to ensure that we consult effectively, that we have our work is shaped by people with lived experience and by renters in our city.
Thank you. And the other question is, one of the things the committee added on to the report was the tracking of evictions, feeling that we really do need to have that. I'm assuming that that would start immediately. Are you foreseeing any difficulties with quickly doing that?
We have been able to gather a little bit of extra information about evictions. I think the direction from the committee was for us to hire, get some external assistance with that. So it may take us a bit of time to get that on board, but we recognize what a great priority this is for the city and how urgent the issue is right now, as many more people are now facing evictions. So we will move as quickly as possible, but we likely will need some external support for that work. And of course, the cooperation of the province as well.
Yeah, well, it does. I'm sure there must be a repository. Somebody has a repository of the evictions currently. It's not reinventing the wheel. The community's been, but getting them, assuming that they're correct, validating them, would be very helpful to have. So how long do you think that would take you to get that moving?
I can provide, I'm not exactly sure how quickly we'll be able to do that, but I can provide that information for council next week.
All right. We have missed quite a window for tracking evictions, given that COVID, I think we all believe that there's been a tremendous amount of COVID evictions of people unable to pay or unable to stay because of COVID. What you call relaxed arrangements have been changing. And do we have any idea of the impact of evictions on the rising number of those who find themselves homeless in the city of Toronto? Or would this be the first chance that we might see that?
I think we're all hearing stories of an increased number of hearings being scheduled and some an increased activity with regard to the residential tenancy board, and so significant concern from the community and from us about a potential increased wave of evictions on the back of COVID kind of income issues that people are facing. We know that evictions and the loss of housing is a significant driver of homelessness in our city. So we do urgently need this information, but even without it, we know that it's driving the situation that we're seeing on our streets every day, and that's getting worse.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Sorry, can't see it. Seeing none. Speakers? Councillor Fletcher.
Just quickly want to thank the Housing Secretariat, Ms. Bond and Ms. Hanley and everyone for the work that they've done so far on our committee, and also Councillors Perks and Bradford for being on that very important committee. And I know in the East End we've got a lot of action around evictions in particular, that getting something formally tracked by the city is number one. I think that we really understand and can be more official about what the situation is for tenancies under COVID, and also tracking the landlord and tenant board as to how easy or hard it is to secure an eviction. I do want to say that the Tenant Advisory Committee was set up out of this committee to start with on a kind of temporary basis and has proven to be extremely helpful. I'd like to thank publicly all of the members that were on that committee, giving their feedback and assisting in the developing of the plan, and look forward to them returning on a new committee that will be formalized. I think this is a great step forward for tenants. We haven't had this in this formal way for a long time, and it should be very helpful to have things really chewed over before we get them in front of us. So this is really part of our annual housing plan, our 10-year housing plan. I'm expecting that there'll be a lot of value added for that, and looking forward to continued work on dealing with the number of evictions and how the city, while not being directly responsible, what resources we have that can assist, and preventing evictions as well, which is the next item that we'll be dealing with as far as the rent bank is concerned. I think that that's also very important, and we can address that. I think there's speakers on that too, Madam Chair. So just thanks for all the support for the work, and let's just keep going, particularly at this moment in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor Bradford.
I will be brief. Would just like to echo Councillor Fletcher in extending my thanks to our Housing Secretariat and that entire team there. Yeah, I'm glad to see that we're actually getting right to work on the Housing TO implementation plan. And as Councillor Fletcher alluded to, this has really never been more important than it is right now. I'm grateful for all the folks who are participating as part of the current tenant advisory committee. Helen, all the folks who have joined us in our subcommittee, the late nights, the deputations, the feedback. Those insights have shaped, I think, all of our understanding. Certainly great feedback for us as councillors and for our staff as well, and making sure the voices of tenants across Toronto are heard. Very briefly, one of the motions we moved at the subcommittee, which is now being advanced here, staff have outlined the development of a data strategy for us in the work plan, but I'd like to make sure that we're locking that in for 2021. Back at Planning and Housing in September, we approved the implementation for Housing TO, and data, as it has been the focus of discussion today, but data was really an area of importance then, and I want to make sure that we continue to tie that thread together, moving it forward. I think the data strategy means bringing forward different technological advancements and details, and will give us a much better, more realistic picture of what's happening with housing here in Toronto. But establishing that data strategy also refines our engagement tools and information sharing measures. We need to be able to reach as many tenants as possible. That is abundantly clear, and across all of Toronto, outside of the traditional consultation channels and the vertical for implementation. Bringing the change that we need to see. Those numbers will assist us in directing our programs, our resources, our targets, where we're putting the dollars and the supports, where we can get the maximum benefit. Lastly, I would note that this will be really important for us. I know our chair, Deputy Mayor Bailao, does a lot of intergovernmental work, as does the mayor. And when we have better data, we are in a better position to make our arguments in case when it comes to policy and funding from other levels of government. So that amendment rolled in today's Rex. It is building on the existing work plan to make sure that we're improving our insights and engagement right from the start. We have to get that done in 2021, and that is the intention. My concluding thanks to all the different divisions that are involved in this. I know our fantastic Housing Secretariat is leading the charge, but there's a lot of different folks who are plugging in to make this a reality. And I know I'm very grateful for that, as we all are here on the committee. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, I think we can have a motion to vote, and thanks to the members of the subcommittee for excellent work and staff. All those in favor? That carries. And moving on to the last item on our agenda, 19.9 Tenant Support Grant Program Updates. Jordy Dent. Welcome back again. Jordy, it seems like we're having some difficulty. Can you try starting over again?
Can folks hear me now?
Much better. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm from the FMCA, and we're the agency that runs the outreach organizing programs online,
Jordy,
which are mentioned on.
It really seems like
I can't hear. Sorry.
Yeah, we can't hear you. Do you want to try to call in?
Maybe you should call back.
Okay.
Try back again.
Okay, we'll go to Helen Chillas, and that will give an opportunity to have Jordy connect by phone. Helen, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Great, welcome back.
Hi again. Thank you. Okay, so firstly, I would like to applaud the increase with regards to tenant funding to help pay for an increase in cost with regards to legal fees. Thank you. Thank you all for moving that forward, and hopefully again today with this committee. Now, to ensure full disclosure and transparency and the comments I'm about to make, I would like to report that I was a board member for many years with the FMTA, the Federation of Metro Tenant Associations, and former co-chair with the FMTA's Tenant Action Committee. It's a twist on the new and upcoming Tenant Advisory Committee with the city. And on the FMTA's Tenant Action Committee, I worked on, as with many other board members and stakeholders and groups across the city, that we all worked diligently for several years to bring the Rent Safe program into fruition. Now, as a former board member with the FMTA, I witnessed how hard the organization works to engage and assist tenants with a whole slew of matters, including education and organizing tenant supports, and for the application with regards to the tenant support grant program. Now, the city needs to recognize, and I'm sure that you do, that the FMTA requires more funding to assist with the increase of Aggie applications, above guideline applications by landlords. And this would also help to further, the funding for the FMTA's tenant hotline. And not to pay for consultants as recommended by MLS with the Rent Safe program, that I just find is a waste of our money. But perhaps if the money is available, then to consider increasing the tenant hotline budget, the yearly budget, so they can help even more tenants. Now, the city is facing, as we know, a budgetary shortfall like no other, and again, hiring a third party to develop an enhanced Rent Safe evaluation tool, as I've mentioned, is a waste of our property taxes, and tenants are property taxpayers. I think everyone needs to recognize that. Now, going into the Rent Safe program, because I didn't have enough time with my first deputation, I would just like to say that permitting a landlord to pass with only 1/2, or rather 51% of mandatory building codes and bylaw requirements is not appropriate. If a building passes by 51%, then no full-scale building audit will ever be conducted. This means that there are no means in reassuring the 30% of Toronto residents who rent their homes as part of and live in a rent-safe building that their health and safety, their families are fully protected. I, for one, am tired of hearing MLS bylaw officers continue with an underlying culture of what I have been seeing for probably about 8 years now, since I began this work, of what I consider hand-holding landlords, whereby MLS's norm is to, and quote, work with landlords towards compliance. MLS is an enforcement department whose mandate is to enforce the law and to protect tenants, not to handhold landlords and to have them work towards compliance. For example, our apartment building here at 1501 Woodbine received a 72% passing grade in 2017 and 78% evaluation in December 2019. Yet, in March 2020, 25 orders to comply were issued with a final deadline of June the 30th, 2020. Much of the work was either not completed and or does not meet good workmanship standards in accordance to respective trades. Yet MLS chose to close all 25 files without justification. Now, after months and months and months of tenant advocacy, senior MLS officials have conceded that building investigation processes are flawed, and now the tenants here at 1501 are waiting for our next steps to be implemented to include a much more robust building evaluation system. However, MLS has failed to enforce Article 6 of the Apartment Building Bylaw 354, which states renting units to new tenants while non-compliant.
Helen, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up again. Thank you. You're well over the 5 minutes.
The landlord did rent while there were orders to comply, and yet here I am again today. There's also another concern, if I just may.
Now for sure.
The tenant funding that is available to fight Aggies above guideline increases. If a landlord decides to bring any of the city's evaluation to the landlord-tenant tribunal,
Helen, you're going to have to wrap up.
Tenants are going to have even a bigger hurdle when fighting against the Aggies, which goes back to the tenant defense fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helen. Thanks for joining us today. Any questions? Seeing none, let's see if Jordy is now connected by phone and we can hear him. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me?
Oh, much better. Thank you. Thanks for doing that.
Hey, no worries. So I'll just launch right in. I just was mentioning that I'm the ED for the Tenant Federation, and we're the agency that runs the outreach and organizing program and tenant hotline that are mentioned on page 3 of the staff report for this item. We're mostly here today to speak in support of the changes being made to the TDF program. The bulk of today's suggestions relate to making the process for applying for grants easier. And this follows on the heels of similar amendments that were made in 2017. Helping more tenants get access to legal representation to fight a greater variety of issues is, in our opinion, a positive change, and it's one we support. To explain why we support this, I'm just going to go to the advisory committee feedback that you got from the Tenant Defense Fund and that was mentioned in a previous item. So that advisory committee, the feedback that it gave was that it wanted to see existing programs have broader eligibility criteria and higher funding levels to meet increased demand. So the changes, as you've recommended them, will broaden the eligibility criteria for the grant program. It's now going to include rent eviction notices, N13 notices, making, not only does it kind of expand that, but also makes it easier to apply for the grant for these folks to get representation, which is great. They've also made a reduction in signatures. They've increased the affordability threshold, and they've increased the amount that the grants submit, as well as options for reducing issues with payout. All of these things we support. Throughout our existence, we've tried to maintain a good working relationship with the Shelter Support and Housing Administration team, and we think it's a good relationship, and that's why we support the changes today, and we believe they're going to benefit our work and the individuals and families we support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks, Jordy, for your work and for joining us here today. That concludes the list of speakers on this item. Any questions of staff? No? Seeing none, speakers?
I just have a question about the increase. Do you think that basically it's a stand pat increase? It's still the same 100 people. Is there any thought that that isn't sufficient for the work that's ahead and the issues that tenants are facing right now?
Through the chair to the councillor, and thank you for the question. It's a challenging year with COVID. The landlord-tenant board is working through a backlog of cases. There are currently no Aggie cases with a hearing date, so we anticipate there actually might be a decrease, at least at the beginning of the year, in demand. So with the increased funding available, we'll think we will be able to support all tenant groups that require the assistance. But with the increased parameters and the uncertainty in the environment, we will certainly be monitoring to make sure we have sufficient funding. And if there are challenges, we'll bring back information to council for their consideration.
You will come back if you're finding it's challenged and stretched and not able to service the large numbers that may be requiring help, correct?
Certainly.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Speakers, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I just want to thank staff for this report and all the good work that everyone who's been advocating for stronger tenant protections. This has been such an incredible time, not just because of the pandemic, but because of the constant rising threat to tenants and what they are facing in Ontario. It's hard to imagine that people cannot see the housing crisis that's before us. And sometimes when I turn to the province, I'm actually wondering if we actually live in the same place, those who work in Queen's Park and those of us who live in the city of Toronto, because certainly everything we can do to further support tenants, we should be doing because it's going to divert people away from homelessness, and it actually gives us one step closer to ending the housing crisis. And today's recommendations in this report obviously will make it easier for tenants to gain access to the tenant support grant program. It will also expand that support to those with the N13 applications, and ensure that those who are seeking legal supports, paralegal supports in particular, have that much more access to resources by expanding those resources. I am still worried, and I'll just end on this comment, Madam Speaker, is that I'm so worried that we haven't done enough. And I know that the motion and the letter that was signed by all the committee members, largely through the leadership of Councillor Perks, as we put that forward earlier this morning, to try to drive the conversation for more emergency housing action. This particular program that we are about to adopt, albeit very good, is still a small little drop in the big bucket. And really where we need to put our attention, and hopefully where members of this committee can lead in our next city council meeting, is to ensure that when that report comes back, we're going to do everything we can with all the powers that we have and all the energies that we have, make sure that we can push as hard and as far as we can, not just the city, which of course we will continue to do, but take that as a collective cue to then rise to the province and the federal government to ask them to continue to support. Because this program is modest, even with its bump up, but really the bigger fixes are out there, and we need our intergovernmental partners to help us with that. And thank you once again to staff for this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? No? I just want to thank staff for this report, and I'm particularly pleased with the increase in flexibility. As we all know, tenants are experiencing many challenges, especially with the renovictions and so on, and having the flexibility in this program to support them with these issues. If you had to be in these situations, this is crucial. This support is really important for them. And so I appreciate the increase, and I particularly appreciate the flexibility that is given to ensure that we're addressing the issues the different issues that tenants are facing. If 10 years ago, sometimes their major issues were the increase above guidelines. Today there's a variety of issues that are hitting tenants, and so having the flexibility in this program to be there to support them, I think it's extremely important. So thank you, staff, for coming forward with this report. And with that, move the report. All those in favor? That carries, and that concludes the agenda for today. Members of committee, thank you so much, and we'll see you next month, and before that in council. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks to the city staff for making the meeting run so smoothly, and thanks to you, Madam Chair.
I couldn't do it without them and the assistants.
Thanks, folks.
It's a well-oiled machine.
Chair.
Thank you. Thanks, team.
Thanks, everybody.